Iraqi prisoners. They were the enemy. Now they're medical patients. In a few minutes, Dr. Bob Arnott reports from Saudi Arabia on how American medics are caring for POWs. Welcome to CBS This Morning. I'm Harry Smith in Saudi Arabia.
Good morning, Harry, and good morning to you, everyone. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. We will have the very latest news from the Persian Gulf in just a moment, Harry.
And in a few minutes, we're going to be chatting with the brave combat and technical crew that were first into Kuwait City and the first broadcast pictures of that liberated city to America. That'll be coming up in a couple of minutes. Paula?
Thank you, Harry. Now it's time for the headlines from the Gulf. Iraq says it will join the Allied ceasefire and vowed to comply with all UN resolutions. President Bush says, Iraq must reveal the locations of its landed sea mines and release all prisoners. And the celebration continues in liberated Kuwait as the country starts to rebuild. For the latest on the events in the Gulf, let's go back to Harry Smith in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, who does, in fact, have a voice this morning. Good morning, Harry.
Thanks very much, Paula. The Pentagon says Allied forces continue to skirmish with isolated groups of Iraqi troops, but it appears those Iraqis simply have not heard that their country has joined the ceasefire. There is no such lack of communication among American troops, and Martha Teichner is here with details. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Harry. U.S. troops started hearing about the ceasefire this morning when they got up, and their reaction was very predictable.
We heard about it this morning at about 5:30. One of our roommates came and says, it's over, it's over. So we were jumping for joy from 6:30 till present.
It's all right as far as the war being over. You know, everybody at ease, I guess, now. Like, I'm finna go get me some ice cream if I can find them. Find a truck.
I'll be glad anyway when this whole mess is over so I can go back to Tennessee where I belong, back in the mountains.
The ceasefire appears to be holding, even though, according to military sources in Riyadh this morning, fighting continued right up to the last moment, the remnants of the tank battles going on west of Basra. By the end, 41 of Iraq's 42 divisions were destroyed or rendered ineffective. The picture is of total disarray. What's left is wreckage scattered across the theater of operations. Allied forces control all the escape routes. Troops from the U.S. 101st Airborne were shuttled by helicopter into positions north and west of the main fighting in order to plug the holes. But Iraqi troops will be allowed to retreat with their weapons, according to a military source. The gate is open, he said, but there's not going to be much going through that gate. The final numbers may never be known. General Schwarzkopf doesn't like body counts, but even the Iraqis admit to at least 80,000 casualties, killed and wounded. That matches the number of POWs. The flip side of staggering Iraqi casualties is what Schwarzkopf described as a miracle, incredibly light Allied casualties. Only 79 Americans killed, 213 wounded. What's left now is formalizing the ceasefire. President Bush has given the Iraqis 48 hours for their military commanders to sit down with Allied military commanders in the battlefield and nail down the details of the surrender, Harry.
Martha, thanks very much. A day of some great relief around here, indeed. Yes. Word of the ceasefire has brought another round of celebrations to Kuwait City. And Bob McEwen is standing by live in the Kuwaiti capital. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Harry. When we first arrived in Kuwait City 2 days ago, people were overjoyed to see us, overjoyed to see anyone, I think, from the outside world. Yesterday, there was a greater celebration when the Allies entered the city, and today the Kuwaitis have outdone themselves again. News of the ceasefire has brought them into the streets in unprecedented numbers, firing weapons, waving flags, making no mistake about their affection for the U.S. and the other coalition partners who have brought them peace after 7 months. Unfortunately, it is a commentary on what has happened here since August the 2nd, that people cannot forget the memory of that time.
You have such hatred towards us. Why? I mean, we've given him everything.
It's like hell, and we don't know hell, but we wish nobody will be in this situation again. We haven't seen so bad as enemy, as army thieves to come and invade the country.
Just a block away from that celebration, the skies opened up and out came U.S. Marines into the U.S. Embassy compound, securing that compound for the first time since diplomats left a number of months ago. They joined a group of Marines who had entered Kuwait City the same night that we did and were bolstered by another unit yesterday. Now, undoubtedly, Harry, there will be problems in Kuwait in the months to come, but for the time being, at least, the most important thing here is peace. Back to you.
Bob McEwen reporting live from Kuwait City once again. It appears that President Bush may get the kind of peace he has demanded all along, and correspondent Randall Pinkston is at the White House. Good morning, Randall.
Good morning, Harry. The ceasefire announced by President Bush last night has conditions, and Iraq met one of them early this morning when Baghdad told their troops to stop fighting. The president said the ceasefire will remain in force only as long as Iraq stops shooting and stops launching Scud missiles. There were other conditions, but interestingly, one condition that has been mentioned a lot around the White House in the past few days was not mentioned by President Bush last night. The humiliation factor, telling Saddam Hussein to make a public and personal statement. President Bush put that aside in his nationwide address, instead focusing on what has been accomplished, the destruction of Saddam Hussein's military machine and the liberation of Kuwait. After consulting with his top advisors, President Bush told the American people the war is over.
Is liberated. Iraq's army is defeated. Our military objectives are met. Kuwait is once more in the hands of Kuwaitis in control of their own destiny. We share in their joy, a joy tempered only by our compassion for their ordeal.
To make the ceasefire permanent, the president said there are some conditions Iraq has to meet. Among them, the immediate release of all prisoners of war and civilian detainees and the return of remains of Allied troops killed in battle. Iraq must also provide information on the location of land and sea mines and comply with all United Nations resolutions. Iraq's military commanders must meet with their Allied counterparts to work out the military details of the ceasefire. President Bush said the UN Security Council, which initially authorized the use of force in the Gulf, will work out the diplomatic conclusion to the war. Harry?
Randall Pinkston reporting from the White House. Thank you. Let's go back to New York now, and Paula.
Thank you, Harry. This is a time of liberation, not only for Kuwait, but also for the friends and families of the American troops. David Dow reports from Oceanside, California.
Good night, and may God bless the United States of America.
They cheered the president and their fellow Marines at Camp Pendleton's NCO Club. But in this home next to Camp Pendleton, the triumphant ceasefire announcement brought tears of joy. It's the home of Vincent Pereira, born Tuesday while his father, Lance Corporal Gregory Pereira, was helping write history in the Persian Gulf. Vincent slept while his mother and another Marine wife watched the climactic chapter.
Prayers do come true. This is proof that, one miracle one day and then the next miracle to find out it's all over. It is honest to God miracle. I just want him to come home. Just right now, just bring him home. If I could just bring him home. But, and my mom won't be over till they're all back.
Someday, said Beth Pereira, young Vincent would be proud of his father, too.
His dad is a very important person because, it takes so much of a person to fight for what they believe in and stand behind it 100% and are willing to go all the way, even risk their life for what they believe in. So people like us could sleep at night.
Good night, Vincent Pereira. Hurry home, Corporal Dad. David Dow, CBS News, Oceanside, California.
The Gulf War may have taught America a valuable lesson about itself and its future. Here's Charles Osgood with more. Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. As President Bush told us last night, this is not a time for euphoria or for gloating. But America does have reason to feel good about a lot of things right now. We don't want to run the risk of breaking our arms while patting ourselves on the back, but victory is sweet. No question about it. There's one aspect of this in particular that I'd like to call your attention to this morning. In the post-Vietnam era, America's young people have taken an awful lot of flack. There was supposed to be something terribly wrong with our kids. They weren't committed. They weren't dedicated. It was said time and again that they were too selfish to care about other people, too lazy to work hard and apply themselves at school. It was said that they'd never be able to compete successfully in this modern world because they had been ruined by everything from drugs and sex to rock music and watching too much television. But look what just happened. 500,000 young Americans were asked to carry out a most difficult and dangerous mission in partnership with others from other lands. They were well-motivated, well-trained, well-led, and they didn't let us down. They accepted the discipline and showed us that they had the patience, the skill, the courage, and the spirit to get the job done. Among the things we have to celebrate and to take pride in this morning are America's young people. They showed us something.
I hope they feel our sense of pride when they come home. Thank you, Charlie.
We'll be back at 11.
The CBS Evening News with Dan Rather is next. More on the word from the Gulf tonight from Kuwait City. Have a good night.
Good night. Nightcast at 11.
Thank you! Thank you to all the world! Thank you! I thank my God! Thank you! Thank you very much! Thank you! It's okay, man. I'm here. I came back, man.
One great day, isn't it?
Yeah, you like this?
Oh, this is fantastic. Can't beat it. Never been a part of anything like this before.
How you doing, man? We're free, man. We're free. They took us the Marines. Hoorah! And we kicked the Iraqis out of Kuwait. And if they want more, the Marines are ready for more. And hoorah!
Kuwait City at the end of the war. Marines and Special Forces secure the U.S. Embassy as President Bush dictates the terms of peace. Allies question Iraqi troops about reports of atrocities, and the people of Kuwait celebrate their freedom.
This is the CBS Evening News. Dan Rather reporting tonight live from Kuwait City. Good evening. The guns of the 100 Hours Gulf Ground War fell silent today. President Bush says Iraq has agreed to talk about the terms of a ceasefire. All around in Kuwait City, a people caught between joy and grief. Saddam Hussein says he won the war. Defense Department correspondent David Martin begins our coverage.
And we're going to destroy every piece of Iraqi equipment we find in zone with engineers and demolition.
First, the Allies cut off the Iraqi army, then they killed it. Now they're reducing it to scrap metal. Everything, from aircraft shelters to personnel carriers.
No Iraqis in the vehicle this time. Destroying the sights on the weapon system, unloading the weapon system. Make sure the vehicle's clear at the time.
The Allied armies have settled into defensive positions, like a cat outside a mouse hole, one officer said, while what's left of the Iraqi army creeps home. But after 42 days of airstrikes, like this F-16 chasing a tank across the desert, and 4 days of high-speed maneuver on the ground, the Iraqis had precious little.
We torched probably a couple of hundred trucks in this general area. They were all escaping back toward the west, headed toward Baghdad, when we came up on them with a 2-brigade attack in the dark and fired them up.
Saddam had 42 divisions in the Kuwait theater. Not one of them is left.
These guys are defeated. Make no bones about it. They're defeated. There aren't any tanks rolling around out there.
Although Iraqi soldiers have surrendered in staggering numbers, 175,000 by British estimates, there are still some who either didn't get the word or are determined to fight on.
We are not relaxing our guard for 1 minute.
President Bush says the war is behind us, but with thousands of mines strewn across the desert, the soldiers know the danger is not.
Be careful. This is probably the most dangerous part of this operation.
The war ended so suddenly, the Defense Department is now scrambling to come up with a plan to bring the troops home. The Pentagon will try to bring those who have been there longest back first. But it took 6 months to get all the troops there, so people should not expect everyone home soon. The Army, for instance, expects it will take until sometime in May to bring about half its soldiers home.
David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
President Bush today announced Iraq has agreed to a key condition of the 48-hour ceasefire he declared last night, a meeting of top military officers to make final the end of the shooting war.
The Iraqi government has now agreed to designate military commanders to meet with coalition counterparts to arrange for the military aspects of this ceasefire.
But Iraq specifically failed today to agree to another of Mr. Bush's conditions, the immediate release of all prisoners. POWs, said the president, will be question one in the meeting of the military commanders.
One that's foremost, or amongst foremost in my heart, is the question of our prisoners of war. And we expect a prompt repatriation of them, Kuwaiti detainees, and others.
This Oval Office meeting with Kuwait's ambassador was otherwise intended as a gratitude mission from a newly free nation.
There isn't, I believe, a more precious gift that could be given to people than their freedom, and our hearts go also to the families of the victims that have lost their lives bravely in Operation Desert Storm.
Because Saddam is still in power, the administration will press the case for continued economic sanctions, at the very least to create leverage on Saddam for a quick and clean release of Allied prisoners. Wyatt Andrews, CBS News, the White House.
Here in Kuwait City, it was a day of jubilation and high drama.
Arab coalition forces swept into the capital this morning to make the liberation official, setting off an all-day celebration by the Kuwaiti people.
Yes! Yes!
A few hours later, a dramatic moment, as U.S. Marines and Special Forces seized back the embassy America had been forced to abandon under siege last December. A giant helicopter hovered over the main embassy building, then dropped in the Marines and Special Forces, like the evacuation of Saigon in reverse.
Suddenly, the Marines have landed, and the situation is well in hand.
Marine guards a block away from the embassy became the focus of the people's adulation.
Got to say, this is one of the more rewarding experiences in the time that I've been in, sir.
They showered them with candy and dates and flowers and kisses.
Why don't you come stay at my house?
Oh, I wish I could.
Well, I get this a good meal.
Thank you! Thank you very much! Thank you!
The people poured out their gratitude to George Bush and their hatred for Saddam Hussein.
What they done, the Iraqis here, Genghis Khan or Holako or even Hitler didn't do it in the history.
They burned posters and Iraqi money. From one Kuwaiti after another came accounts of abuse and atrocities by the Iraqis.
They cut off his tongue, his eyes pulled off, and finally they chopped top of his head in front of his family. I saw with the screwdriver, the eyes comes out.
Now, is the electricity... Is this real? Is this something you saw yourself?
I saw with my own eyes.
One American who hid in Kuwait for 7 months told of atrocities.
There's no question that large numbers of people were taken. It seems there's little question that large numbers of people were tortured. There's absolutely no question that they came to the country to destroy it.
In mid-afternoon, an eerie darkness descended on the city. Thunderclouds mixed with black smoke from the burning oil wells blotted out the light, but didn't stop the celebration. A tragic sidelight to the celebration. A young Kuwaiti critically injured when his motorcycle ran over an Iraqi mine. Kuwaiti resistance leaders brought out bodies of people killed in the last few days, including 15 Iraqi soldiers. Late today, the British ambassador arrived to officially reopen the British embassy. The U.S. ambassador is expected to be here tomorrow.
The next order desert-tired U.S. troops want to hear is the one to move out and to move to the planes that will take them home. Correspondent Eric Ingberg has a report on the longest wait of all.
The Americans who fought this amazingly swift, successful war punched in for work today as though it was just another day on the battlefield.
We did what we had to do, did what we were told to do. You know, and if it come down to it, we'll go back out and do it again.
The chores of victory on a desert littered with the carcasses of Saddam's gutted regiments kept the troops as busy as combat. And the sergeants, worried about enemy treachery, were still on their case.
If you guys don't know, at 0800, there's supposed to be a ceasefire. All right? We've accomplished our mission so far, but don't keep your heads down. Keep them up. Okay?
The good news blew across the front like a desert storm.
Is it true? Really? That's good. That's good. How do you feel about that? I feel great about it.
That's your comment.
That's the extent of my comment. I want to go home.
Isn't peace wonderful?
This is great.
Too bad it couldn't have come sooner.
Many of them have lived in this inhospitable desert for 6 months. They have missed things at home.
So I can go back to Tennessee where I belong, back in the mountains.
Hike the Grand Canyon for one.
See my daughter, because I miss my daughter.
They have assumed from the start that they would win and that their cause was just. So they are sometimes embarrassed about showing emotion. Today, their feelings showed through.
You are some of the finest soldiers I've ever served with in 17 years in the Army. You're all a great bunch of gentlemen, and I'm very happy that we...
The old soldiers were talking today about burying the ghosts of Vietnam on this desert, of going home, winners at last. For the young ones, it was less complicated. They had been given a job, and they had done it. That was enough. Eric Engberg, CBS News, Saudi Arabia.
Coming up next on tonight's CBS Evening News from Kuwait City, a report in from Baghdad, where the Iraqi people have been told they won the war.
The reason 2 Oldsmobiles made the 1991 Consumers Digest Best Buys list is based on the same philosophy Oldsmobiles are built by. Exceptional value.
This is the new generation. I get this awful sinus pain.
These sinus pain formulas all made news in the 80s. They all have the same medicine. Today's news is Tristan Sinus, the only sinus medicine with ibuprofen.
It relieves my sinus pain wherever it strikes.
New Tristan Sinus.
I put off seeing my doctor because I was worried about needing surgery for my hemorrhoids. I suffered for it. The pain, itching, and burning were awful. But the doctor said my hemorrhoids weren't serious. I didn't need surgery. He told me it was time I started using Preparation H.
New Preparation H cream helps shrink swelling of inflamed hemorrhoidal tissues and often brings relief from pain, itching, and burning for hours.
What a difference Preparation H cream makes.
New Preparation H cream.
Heartburn? You know what to do about that.
But what if it's heartburn plus gas?
Well, now comes Tom's Plus. Calcium-rich antacid relief plus gas-busting simethicone.
No other antacid gives you that.
No, sir. To get rid of heartburn plus gas, don't get caught minus. New Tom's Plus.
Seen and heard around Kuwait City today. A U.S. Marine officer, when told that Saddam Hussein is claiming victory, cursed, spat, and said, "We should have taken it all away." He then turned and walked away. Several Kuwaiti citizens said, "We're really glad you did what you did, but we wish you'd gone all the way to Baghdad." And dozens of them said Saddam Hussein should be tried for war crimes. Now, in Baghdad today, Saddam Hussein's official press kept pumping victory talk out. Saddam says he is the victor. Under censorship, Betsy Aaron filed this report from Baghdad.
In the end, there was no admission of defeat. The Iraqi government told its people that their Republican Guard fighters had utterly defeated the incident. This had made George Bush cease military operations early this morning. The announcement of the suspension had come earlier through foreign radio outlets, followed by explosions of celebration across Baghdad. There was relief mixed with resignation. For many, this was a bittersweet peace.
We are troubled now because it wasn't finished in the way we wanted.
The peace of Bush is not peace.
President Bush had told the Iraqis, you are not our enemy. You do not seek your destruction.
The man who bombed the civilian, the children, the hospitals, place of art, our religions, our churches, our mosques, is not saying the truth.
A young mother of 3 worries about her 8-year-old son, Milad, who she said was terrified by the bombing.
40 days we feel, our children feel afraid without electric, with the airplanes. He cannot sleep at night.
Does he know anything about America?
No, he said, no, I don't like America.
The teaching has already begun. What's more, she has a message for President Bush.
Tell him that we will not forget anything he had destroyed in our country. We will not forget any places. Any soldier, any one of our soldiers who had died, we will not forget his blood.
The war was a horror for these civilians. Working out the details of the peace will be no less difficult. Betsy Aaron, CBS News, Baghdad.
Outside Jordan's royal palace today, thousands pledged their loyalty to 2 men named Hussein. One, a dictator in neighboring Iraq who lost the war. The other, a king whose people backed the loser. King Hussein's support for Iraq has cost him billions. Jordan's oil supplies went up in smoke when the coalition began attacking Iraqi highways. But King Hussein stood beside his friend, who dared to challenge the will of the United States.
He's very much popular. He's never been as popular as he is today.
Not so Saddam Hussein. The United States is counting on Iraqi soldiers returning home to tell their families of a humiliating defeat.
They would like, ideally, for the Iraqi army to get rid of him. They would be quite happy if there was a popular movement that overthrew the government.
But there is still no sign that the coalition's victory is speeding Saddam's demise.
Has he been weakened at all? Of course he will be weakened, yes, definitely.
Dr. Jamal Shaar knows Saddam Hussein. He used to belong to the same political party. He thinks high-ranking party members are unlikely to plot against their leader.
It is not known, neither to me nor to anybody who knows them, that any one of them is likely to overthrow Saddam Hussein.
Part of the problem is that Saddam has been so successful in eliminating rivals to his rule and in setting up one of the world's most efficient police states.
I don't like Saddam Hussein, and I hate him, but I can do nothing, as a matter of fact.
His army may have been destroyed, but there is no sign that Saddam's vast palace guard and secret police forces have lost their power to keep Saddam in control. Doug Tennell, CBS News, Amman.
When we come back, a report on the celebrations in Israel. So stay here with us.
It's not just a car, it's your freedom.
Tune up. You can't do it with a screwdriver and timing light anymore.
You know, spark plugs all look the same to the naked eye.
When you change a plug, you can actually see the difference on the screen.
We always recommend AC spark plugs and wires, the kind this car came with. GM training, I'd be lost and here without it.
See Mr. Goodwrench wherever you see these signs.
Good people, good parts, now a good price too. Check it out.
Now you can ask Angela Lansbury about Bufferin.
Angela, for a bad headache, I want strong aspirin relief. Will Bufferin really give it to me?
Oh, my, yes. I've learned extra strength Bufferin has the strongest dose of aspirin you can buy, 1,000 milligrams.
Miss Lansbury, how can Bufferin have buffers and still be so strong?
I wondered myself, till I heard that the buffers don't weaken it. They just help prevent aspirin stomach upset. I depend on Bufferin.
Shouldn't you discover the strength of Bufferin?
If your doctor has recommended Metamucil and you like the results, but you don't like those glasses of thick liquid, change to FiberCon. Get the same fiber action in easy-to-swallow tablets. Get doctor-recommended FiberCon. Okay, what's new with the new generation of Oldsmobile? Still wondering?
This is the new generation of
The 1992 Olympic Winter Games are coming to CBS. Share a moment with the world.
America's previous war in Panama figured in today's other major news from the United States. Ramon Navarro, a key government witness in the Manuel Noriega drug trafficking case, has died in a car crash in Miami. Police are investigating. So far, they say, there is no indication of any foul play. At today's Pentagon briefing, General Tom Kelly said the United States is giving top priority to having Iraq free all prisoners of war and all civilians they are holding, including our CBS News colleagues detained in Baghdad. Bob Simon, Peter Bluff, Roberto Alvarez, and Juan Caldera were seized by Iraqi forces more than 5 weeks ago along the Saudi Arabian-Kuwait border. 39 Scud missiles later, Israelis today put their gas masks in storage. They hope for good. Tom Fenton reports from Tel Aviv.
Israelis are as ecstatic as if they had won the war themselves.
I feel great. It's all over. It's finished. Back to normal again.
Gas masks have been replaced by masks for Purim, a children's holiday celebrating an ancient Jewish victory over an evil leader.
I want to say that I'm very glad that the war is over, and it's a double Purim for us.
The civil defense emergency was lifted this morning, allowing Israelis to gather in crowds again. They took over Tel Aviv's main street. And the Israelis are letting in the sunlight, removing the tape and plastic put up to protect them from a poison gas attack.
Never has one of Israel's enemies been so soundly defeated. And the United States has done it with a coalition of Arab and Western allies without Israel lifting a finger. That creates a new situation in the Middle East.
We're going to be more vulnerable to pressure, and I think it's quite likely that the U.S. may be prepared to exercise more pressure.
Some Israelis will welcome that pressure as a means of forcing the Shamir government into peace negotiations.
Now it's easier to move towards a peaceful solution for other problems, including Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and so on.
But the ceasefire changed nothing for the Palestinians living under Israeli occupation. Many are still confined indoors by the wartime curfew. And it hasn't brought Israelis peace at home. The body of a Jewish student was found in Jerusalem. Police say the Palestinians have resumed the fatal attacks on Jews that began before the war. It was back to normal today. Tom Fenton, CBS News, Tel Aviv.
Back in America tonight, joy and relief that the war is coming to an end. That story is coming up next.
There are over 100 great buying power specials this month at Sears, like these men's Ultra Fleece sweats, only $7.99 each. Save 20% on pants or tops. So hurry to the great buying power specials now at Sears.
We're about to prove a simple point. On the left, a steak wrapped in saran wrap. On the right, both Reynolds and Glad wraps. Now, knowing a tiger won't eat what a tiger can't smell, which one do you think holds in odor and freshness better? Saran wrap.
This is Jupiter. Not exactly what you imagined, huh? Same atmosphere, same language, same hairdo. But believe me, Jupiter's an advanced civilization. Just look at the menu. There's beef tenderloin at just 179 calories. That's hardly astronomical. Well, one small steak for me, one giant barbecue for mankind. Beef, real food in Jupiter, Florida.
This is Cadillac's ultimate stress test.
Fluids, brakes, transmissions.
We'll get it. Under heavy load in temperatures over 120 degrees, Death Valley, where Cadillac subjects every system to the intolerable.
That's really pushing.
To make sure you never feel anything but the luxury. That's substance with Cadillac style. And with 84 models redesigned and engineered, GM is putting quality on the road.
I'm Paula Zahn.
I'm Harry Smith. Tomorrow we'll have all the overnight news from the Persian Gulf.
Plus actor John Goodman on CBS This Morning.
The mother of a soldier here in the Gulf said today she won't be convinced that the war is over until her son knocks at the door of home. The homecomings might not happen for a while, but the fighting has ended, and Bruce Morton tells us most Americans are counting their blessings.
Harvey's Bar near the big Marine Corps base at Camp Lejeune. Countdown to the ceasefire.
And tonight, America and the world.
A military family support group, Coon Rapids, Minnesota. Applause and tears as the president spoke.
The war is winding down.
All of America spoke with one voice.
George Bush, orders, ceasefire. How did you feel?
7th grade social studies, Francis Hammond Junior High, Arlington, Virginia.
Oh, I was really happy and I was jumping for joy.
I'm just glad it's over so my dad can be safe.
George Randall's band played She Wore a Yellow Ribbon. Randall's son is in the Gulf.
I know now in my heart, and I knew then, that he was committed, and we would prevail, in the words of the president, and we did.
This is America. Back near Camp Lejeune, the first victory T-shirts rolled off the line.
And they like anything to sort of show off that they have a husband over in Saudi Arabia.
We pray for the families of all the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice.
In Greensburg, Pennsylvania, black banners with the yellow ribbons, flags at half-staff. This is the home of the 14th Quartermasters, whose barracks was hit by a scud. Oceanside, California, near Camp Pendleton. Marine Lance Corporal Bernardo Bravo hasn't seen his wife and 2 daughters for 9 months now, but he will.
We're glad he did what he did, and we're proud, and he's a hero.
Barbara Bush went to Fort Meade, Maryland, to thank the service families there. All of America spoke with one voice today. Spoke pain and thanksgiving, and most of all hope that this fragile new peace would take, grow strong, and last. Bruce Morton, CBS News, Washington.
The main force that rolled into Kuwait City today for the final liberation was an Arab coalition force. For political reasons, very few American troops have actually moved in and through the city. And so it is that American journalists are being showered with praises and gifts and thanks by the Kuwaiti people. We love you, they say. God bless you. God bless America. But mostly, just thank you. As a reporter, it makes one feel a little awkward, very uncomfortable. The press didn't win this war, but since we've had to accept the thanks, we'll just pass it on to those who really earned it. The men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces, their allies, and their commanders. Thank you. And that's part of our world tonight. Be sure to stay tuned to this CBS station for updates on the war and the aftermath of the war. After your late-night local news, watch America Tonight. Dan Rather for the CBS Evening News. From Kuwait City. Good night.
Dodge Caravan Plymouth Voyager. The first minivans are still first.
Today, it's getting harder and harder to spot some denture wearers. Harder to tell who is and who isn't. Because they don't look or feel like denture wearers. They use extra hold-fast teeth. It has a thin, more powerful, virtually airtight seal. So powerful it holds better than any powder you've ever used before. So natural, you'll hardly feel it. And if you don't know your dentures are there, how can anyone else? Extra hold-fast teeth. Nothing's closer to real.
They're not doing anything. Where's the surprise? What? Do they whistle or turn purple or something? These are just flakes. Now that's a surprise. They don't have to do anything. They just taste good. Simplicity. It's very tricky. I like that. What are you going to call them?
Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes? Isn't that name taken?
Taste them again for the first time.
people of CBS News. Dan Ritter,
Connie Chung,
Mike Wallace,
Bob Schieffer,
Ed Bradley,
Leslie Stahl,
Morley Safer,
and Charles Kuralt. Experience
CBS News.
This is CBS.
Nobody noodles like cup of noodles from Nissan.
Bart Simpson here reminding you that after our show next Thursday, you can catch the world premiere of my new music video. I'm in deep, deep trouble. What else is new, man?
Babes will not be seen tonight.
Stay tuned for a special presentation of Voices That Care. See you in 2 weeks.
I am the future of the world. I am the hope of my nation. I am tomorrow's people. I am the new inspiration. And we've got a song to sing to you. We've got a message to bring to you. Please let there be for you and for me and tomorrow. Tomorrow. If we all can agree, there'll be sweet harmony. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. And we all will be there from the promise of care. Sharing the real and those who are real, so true. Promise us tomorrow. And we'll build a better world for you.
Dear soldier, I want you to know that I support you and am happy that you are fighting for the United States. Will you be my Valentine? I hope so. I really do.
My Valentine for you says, I hope everything turns out okay. And happy Valentine's Day. Love, Megan. Here's a letter to make your days a little better. I think about you every day and send hope. I am behind you all the way. I'm so very proud of you. So whenever you need cheering up, just read this letter and hopefully it will work. If you get a chance, please write back. I'm there for you all the way.
I had a brother that was in Vietnam, and I know what happens after the war if you don't feel the public support, because in effect, they're fighting our war for us. And if we don't appreciate it, it doesn't make risking their lives worthwhile.
Well, I'm here because Steve's there. And I want to send him our love and tell him we're thinking about him every day. And I'm hoping I can find the kids to send you their love too. Uncle Steve. He's somewhere near Riyadh.
They're doing a great job for our country, for the world. And we're standing there behind them, and I personally am. I think they're very brave, and I'm thankful to them for what they're doing.
It would really break my heart. I'm going to cry, but it would really break my heart for them to come back and be treated like the soldiers in the military from Vietnam.
You're the best we have to offer, and really we want you back. And when it's finished, when it's over, we'll be here for you.
I think the most important aspect about all this is just the idea that it's Voices That Care, and to let them know that we care. And I think that's the most important thing, because it's unconditional.
Everyone thinks about you, and I've written a lot of letters, so if you guys write, I'll write back. I try to do that, and take care and hurry home.
Please be safe. And know that we're with you in our hearts, and that we'll do everything we can to help you right now, and when you come back, all of you. We all love you.
Sometimes great things start out small. Recently, over 100 of our country's best-known actors, musicians, sports figures, Americans, sang their hearts out for a project called Voices That Care. Some of us even sang on key. I'm James Wood, and tonight, without commercials, you'll see how this message of love for our troops in the Gulf was created. In addition, we'll treat you to the premiere of the Voices That Care video. 3 days after fighting broke out in the Gulf, Linda Thompson Jenner and David Foster knew they had to do something to help our troops.
the spark that ignited their imagination, what then became this testimonial to the American spirit, came from an unexpected source.
My fiancée, Linda Thompson, and I were sitting around. We watched the TV, and this great ad came on for Boeing, and it simply said, there's 4 million armed forces around the world taking care of us, and we just like to say thank you. No more. Just a simple message. And Linda said, let's write a song about it.
You know, I think this war has become a very personal experience for a lot of us because we've been inundated with images of these young men's faces and the young women's faces. And I was struck by the similarity in their young faces and the faces of my own children who in a few years could be there. Good night. Go to sleep, okay? I love you.
Good night.
I had written a song a couple of years ago with Peter Cetera, the former lead singer of Chicago, and Peter and I have a long history of writing together.
And the lyric just flowed. I mean, I just thought, yeah, I could say this there, and this is where I could say that.
Now, if you were to go... Now, I've got to try and figure out the harmony, because two people could sing that, a guy and a girl. You know what we're doing with this song?
Talking about it on the phone.
You know what we're doing? We're doing a song for the troops.
Yeah, I know. And you and Linda finished the song.
There, you had to take a stand.
Warren Wiebe, a session singer and close friend of David's, lent his talent in making a demo tape.
Okay, we'll move that, whatever that is.
In 1965, my mother had an LTD, and there were speakers up about here where the blind spot is in the car. And when the Beatles came out, I started singing then, and that's how I learned to sing.
I don't know who here. It'd be great to have something like Bon Jovi or, you know, and then the whole crowd. Okay, I'm not hearing enough in the middle.
To complete the demo, David worked with session vocalists to sing the chorus.
3 and 4.
If they can make a strong enough demo, they hope to attract major talent to sing the finished piece.
It sounds great when you do it kind of strong like that.
Stand tall, stand proud. Voices that care are crying out loud. And when you close your eyes tonight, feel in your heart how our love burns bright.
Management office of Richard Gere, Tony Danza, and Billy Crystal. So we need to send him a tape and lyrics.
Make the wrong things right, 'cause if we sing your praise,
Do it.
we pray. Make the wrong things right, 'cause if we sing your praise, hey.
The Pointer Sisters are singing and just praying for you, all of you. And we dedicate every show to you guys because we love you. Yeah. God bless you. God bless you. Bring you home. Please.
He's not just a soldier in a brown uniform. He's not just a soldier, he's somebody's son. And many are praying on the shows back home. He's not just a soldier, he's somebody's son.
I think everybody's gonna love it. We pray to make the future bright, to make the wrongs right. With no more wars to fight. Don't want to fight no more.
Okay, if I can...
For a week, Linda worked out of her kitchen, trying to drum up interest in their song. So far, Wayne Gretzky was the only one to say yes. But then things started happening when a certain actor gave them the nod.
We have Kevin Costner and Peter Cetera.
Yes? Wait a minute, that'd be perfect. Mark Knopfler? We should probably do this for the tape. We're going to get lucky. Peter Cetera with the Beach Boys oohing behind him.
If
Okay.
Jenna started this in her kitchen, and for one person to have an idea and then have it turn into this mega event is just awesome and reaffirms my faith in the human spirit.
Family and friends over there as well as just, you know, all the American troops over there. Man, I want to see all you guys come home safe and sound.
Get on camera.
You sure you got that one? Hold up. Now, wait a minute. You was lucky. I shook Ralph. Indeed, Jade on Bob. Y'all saw that, right? Can I have a towel? I'm a little sweaty. I wouldn't want to be sweaty for the troops, you know? That's a bad. No. I'm playing. I'm just playing. No, I'm just sweating. I can't rap when I'm sweating. Hey, you find that you can't sing when you're sweating, right, Bob? Because I'm sweating now. I'm just trying to have fun. Everybody's so tense around here. All right, here we go. All right. Because I got to just make up the last line, because the one I had. No, see, the way the rap went, when we going to realize that we cannot solve every problem we got with a gunshot? I've got a vision that I'm sure some see. To hell with a fighter, jet feed the hungry. But you can't play that for the troops, because they'd be like, damn, we already here, man. You should have told us that at home.
This is Tracy.
This is Gunnar, and this is Matthew.
Nelson, and we're sending our love and our prayers to all our brothers and sisters in the Gulf. We want you to know that you all honor us, and you make us proud to be fellow Americans. We love you. God bless you, and come home soon.
You are the voice. You are the light.
Oh, God, you sing great.
Really?
We'll go to another track.
And you are the voice longer.
You are the voice.
Oh.
There, you have to take a stand in someone else's land. Life can be so strange.
À tous les militaires, je veux vous dire qu'on pense à vous très très fort. Vous êtes nos héros. Puis on a juste hâte que vous soyez chacun chez vous le plus tôt possible. To all of you servicemen and women, you are our heroes, so hurry back.
You know what? This is probably the only time in my life that I'll ever get a good parking spot at Warner Brothers. I'm parked right there, and I'm proud of it. Hiya, Jane. How are you? Oh, thanks for coming.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss it.
Oh, this is great.
I'm looking for you to do the thing. Get that championship back. Be all right.
They asked me to do the chorus, guys. They didn't feel like I could carry a line. So I'm going to try not to ruin the song for you, but it's from the heart, and we're for you.
Since I was one of those dummies that wasn't there in the late 60s and early 70s, it was a chance to finally do it right this time, you know.
All the stars on the stage, we're going to take to the stage.
All right, can we step up to the stage, please?
Only
of love and compassion and empathy for the individuals in the Persian Gulf and for the families that they've left behind. And that's all we're trying to do here.
Oh, every now and then you need a little morale boost when you think about everybody being so far away and all the peril that they face, and to know that all of these people care enough to spend the whole day Sunday putting this on and showing how much they care. It makes us feel super.
We want to send our love to Steve Gummer, Uncle Steve.
Otherwise known as Topper.
Yeah.
Doing a great job.
And we're real proud of you, all you guys. And we send you our love, and we miss you, and hope you come back soon.
A lot of us feel pretty helpless about the situation. This is what it is. We're at war, and we just would like, you know, our men and women in the Gulf to get home soon and safe.
Okay, let's roll it, guys.
We're thinking about them. I want them to come home. Not like we had when I came back from Vietnam. It's going to be a different ball game. Definitely different.
Jean-Claude Van Damme. Guys, I'm with you 1,000%.
Is it we pray, and then we come back in?
It's very touching and moving, and I think everybody is praying for peace and praying for them to be sent home.
What we're saying is that we know that we're connected to you and that you're connected to us no matter what we think, no matter what you think or what I think. You're my brother or my sister.
Don't let anything bring you down, because we're here and we're waiting for you to come home, and you'll be getting a lot of messages like this from us.
I'm just proud to be here, and I hope I'm raising your spirits, and everybody here is right behind you.
I love all of you over there. Keep yourself safe. I care about you.
We're thinking of you. We're with you. And good luck and hurry home.
God bless you all. Come home soon and safe.
Come home quick, come home safe, and thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
I've heard the song. It's a tremendous song. I don't know the words, but I've heard the song. People are going to love the song.
Life can be so strange.
The video actually had its world premiere 4 days ago, with the audience for whom it was intended, our troops in the Middle East.
Knowing that people will take the time to do this for us, I think means a lot. And I could tell by the faces in the crowd that it did a lot to lift their spirits. So I think it's a positive day for all of us here.
I thought it was great. The support was wonderful. It's so important, especially since the ground war has taken off, that we had that support.
It was really uplifting. You know, gave me a little sentimental action in the heart here, a little choking action.
If I was a female, I would have had makeup run down my face because it really touched me.
Well, I looked at my sister and I saw tears coming down her eyes.
I thought my eyes were real red.
I tried to hide them. It's hard to hide them, but it's okay to let the tears come down.
I don't know if I ever felt more proud of being American, honest. To see people who, you know, who are like role models to us, movie stars and athletes and singers, and to see them all getting together.
Randy Travis was good to see, and Richard Gere was pretty cute, so that was nice. Kevin Costner, tell Kevin to bring it over personally.
Super. It was great. I loved it. Especially with all that support back home, you can't beat that.
There's a line in the chorus that talks about when I go to bed at night, I close my eyes, I'll be thinking of you. And I think that, you know, I go through that with my family. I'm sure that the troops here go through that with their families. And to know that people back there feel the same way, I think that's the sustainer. That's the part that keeps us going.
Thank you.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by the Creator with inalienable rights, among which of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. These guys personify that. Without them being there, we wouldn't have those rights and special privileges that so many people take for granted that you don't find around the world.
Brandon Walsh's new girlfriend just happens to be Hollywood's hottest actress. And has she got a part for him in her TV series? Stay tuned for an all-new 90210.
Proceeds from Voices That Care are split equally between the American Red Cross Gulf Crisis Fund and the USO. To contribute, please call 800-533-1977. To all of our troops in the Middle East, we just want to say thank you.
Come to Kuwait, he will hear my family, hurt them.
If you were not in the Army, what would you be doing to support you?
I will go to America.
As far as Saddam Hussein being a great military strategist, he is neither a strategist, nor is he schooled in the operational arts, nor is he a tactician, nor is he a general, nor is he as a soldier. Other than that, he's a great military man. I want you to know that.
Kuwait is liberated. Iraq's army is defeated. Our military objectives are met. Kuwait is once more in the hands of Kuwaitis in control of their own destiny.
Thank you. Thank you to all the world. Thank you.
How you doing, man? I remember when I saw the president the first week of August, he said to me, "Skip, you're going to Kuwait." And I never once doubted that, and I'd like to take a minute and put that flag back on this flagpole.
The aftermath of war as both sides prepare for truce talks. Kuwait in ruins, its citizens cope with the devastation, and the American flag flies again over the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City. This is the CBS Evening News. Dan Rather reporting tonight from cold and windswept Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Good evening. Allied and Iraqi military commanders had been scheduled to hold formal ceasefire talks in the desert tomorrow. Late word from Washington, the Iraqis requested a delay of at least 24 hours. When they start, first priority will be getting Iraq to release all prisoners of war. And President Bush said today that Saddam Hussein will be held accountable for war atrocities. White House correspondent Wyatt Andrews begins our coverage.
To the president, the success of the military ceasefire meeting depends on Iraq's willingness to immediately release all prisoners. Mr. Bush was optimistic, but also threatening.
I really believe we will get satisfaction on that, and they know that they must comply, and I believe they will comply. And put it this way, they better comply.
Iraq is believed holding at least 9 American POWs, an unknown number of civilians, and thousands of Kuwaitis apparently rounded up as hostages. What the U.S. was threatening today, at a minimum, was the partial occupation of Iraq until all of the prisoners are released.
We have some considerable leverage in that we, right now, possess a considerable amount of that country. We have forces in the southern third of the country, and I would assume that the Iraqis would want that part of their country back.
Another source of pressure, no let-up in the drive to prosecute Saddam as a war criminal.
Not hunt him down, but nobody can be absolved from their responsibilities under international law on the war crimes aspect of that.
After sending all those signals to Iraq, Mr. Bush sent a big one to Israel and its Arab neighbors. The administration will spend some hard-won Mideast influence in another effort to solve the Arab-Israeli conflict.
It is in the interest of every country there. It's in the interest of the Arab countries. It's in the interest of Israel. It's in the interest of the Palestinian people. So I sense a feeling, look, the time is right. Let's get something done.
An unusually large crowd was allowed on the White House grounds today to cheer the president on to his weekend retreat at Camp David. And while Mr. Bush lapped up the applause, he told reporters he cannot completely share the nation's euphoria while Saddam still controls some American and Allied lives. Wyatt Andrews, CBS News, the White House.
Algeria denied reports today that Saddam Hussein is asking for asylum there. 2 U.S. medics were killed today while out in the field treating Iraqi wounded. They hit a landmine. Luckier were 2 American soldiers who tripped a landmine while fighting in Iraq earlier this week. They survived. In all, the number of U.S. combat dead since the war began rose officially today to 89. Military officials now say the deployment of U.S. forces back home will come sooner rather than later. Some frontline Marine units and possibly some Army airborne have already begun pulling back to Saudi Arabia. They leave plenty of evidence behind of the battle on the road to Kuwait City. Peter Van Sant traveled the highway to war.
Ring Road number 4, leading into Kuwait City, is now a highway of destruction. A surreal scene, a roadway of shattered Iraqi armor and men. Here lies the remains of Saddam Hussein's military disaster. Nightmarish and macabre images line the roadway. Dead Iraqi soldiers killed in an air attack.
Everywhere along this highway, there is evidence of the panic of the retreating Iraqi army. Many tanks were simply abandoned as soldiers fled the city.
This morning, Kuwaitis began venturing back on this road, driving through the maze of Iraq's military humiliation. Some came to see the wreckage. Many more were drawn to the dead soldiers, experiencing a satisfaction of seeing their tormentors' demise.
I think they got what they deserve. You mentioned to me they were animal, but they were not animal. This is an insult to think that they are animal. They are something I cannot explain, not a human being.
Ring Road number 4 is still a dangerous place. Live explosives litter the highway. Loaded artillery pieces are still aimed at Kuwait City. Off the road, oil tanks at one of the vital desalinization plants burn out of control. As we drove on, there was another jam of vehicles, thousands of Kuwaitis lining up for gasoline. It was the first time most could buy gas since the invasion.
They only allowed the cars that have changed their license from Kuwaiti license to Iraqi license. Those were the only people that were able to get some gasoline.
While we were taping, the crowd recognized we were Americans and started a victory celebration.
USA! USA!
This joy was the only good thing we saw on Ring Road number 4. Joy that the days of terror are over. Peter Van Sant, CBS News, Kuwait City.
Across southern Iraq, broken soldiers abandon their homeland. Allied occupation forces are rolling through the desert, expanding their control of the enemy and its territory.
They're pitiful, tired, hungry, and they're just wanting to give up. It doesn't seem like this third war. I just feel sorry for them, you know.
There is more sorrow than hate in occupied Iraq. Young Americans give up their rations and cigarettes to the enemy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The road to Baghdad became a killing lane when U.S. forces attacked Iraqis fleeing Kuwait. Yesterday, U.S. Army medics evacuated wounded enemy soldiers and searched for others who might be hidden and dying.
Most of the enemies are dead. A few wounded. I don't mind helping them out.
How long has he been out here?
This man has broken bones and is going into shock.
Ready? All right.
Even as medics were clearing the wounded, fighting continued. The ceasefire has been shaky in the occupied zone. Not all Iraqi forces disintegrated on the home front. The defense of this village started a firefight that reduced the town to rubble, and the enemy was prepared for a long siege. Now, with the main battles over, American troops are methodically destroying Iraq's present and future military potential. Vast logistics bases are being assembled without fear of attack. In effect, the U.S. has created its own borders within enemy territory, and today, 2 flags fly over southern Iraq. Scott Pelley, CBS News, with the Allied Occupation Force.
Even though it's been crippled by war, savaged by the war, Kuwait City was jumping again today. Richard Threlkel covered the day in the newly liberated capital.
It was American soldiers who helped liberate Kuwait City, but America's presence wasn't made official until today, when the new ambassador, Edward Ghanim, helicoptered into the U.S. Embassy to raise the old American flag that had flown over the embassy during most of the Iraqi occupation. Outside the embassy, this was Thanksgiving Day. What looked like the whole town was out on the corniche giving thanks for Kuwait's liberation, and they had no doubt about who to thank for it. And they celebrated in the traditional Arab way, firing into the air, enough armament, it seemed, to re-outfit the whole Iraqi army.
It's great fun. The Kuwait is obviously very happy to see us. I'm very thankful for what has been done. As you can tell.
Those bullets come down somewhere, and in fact they killed several people and wounded dozens of others, a fact that was ignored in the general euphoria.
Everything okay. I feel everything good.
Of course, everything is not okay in Kuwait, not after Iraq's invasion and occupation and more than a month of American bombing. The Iraqis stole everything that wasn't tied down. Most of the city's economy is in ruins, and there's been no power or water for a week. Kuwait's precious oil reserve is burning up in dozens of places where Iraqi troops set fire to the wells.
They destroyed everything. Stores and
factories
and everything.
In short, Kuwait has been mugged, but it's got the wherewithal to recover. And according to Ambassador Ghanim, Kuwaitis have an even more precious resource, themselves.
I think this experience has just been, it's of course been traumatic, but has brought them together to see themselves in a special way that never occurred before. And I think that's going to make things more demanding for everybody. They're going to want a different kind of country.
The celebration continued long into the night. 2 days after the first Allied troops entered this city, it has finally dawned on Kuwaitis this is the first night in the rest of their lives. Richard Threlkeld, CBS News, Kuwait City.
When the CBS Evening News continues live from the Persian Gulf, a report on those Iraqi POWs, and we'll take you to Baghdad. So stay here with us.
We're on the South Ridge, taking him west. What's next?
Well, we're looking for maximum suspension load.
Go get it.
Not even the deer and the antelope play here. The perfect place to put a GMC truck to an off-road abuse test.
Let's take it to this one.
After all, GMC trucks didn't become #1 in resale value by following in someone else's footsteps.
What's the status?
We really maxed it out today.
With 84 models redesigned and engineered, GM is putting quality on the road.
I thought my husband Dan was perfectly healthy, but the doctor said his cholesterol level was 218. So we changed to a healthier diet, including no cholesterol Mazola, America's leading corn oil.
In a clinical study, a low-fat, low-cholesterol diet, including Mazola, reduced cholesterol an average of 17%.
Did Dan's cholesterol come down?
You bet.
100% pure Mazola corn oil. Together, we're beating cholesterol.
To get rid of her gray, my wife can spend 40 minutes. But I discovered the 5-minute hair coloring.
The revolutionary discovery called Just for Men from the leader in men's hair coloring. Simply apply Just for Men and in 5 minutes shampoo out.
Gray is blended away. The look of my natural color is back in 5 minutes. That was me, and it won't fade or wash out.
My hair takes forever, but you look great in just 5 minutes.
The look of your natural color in just 5 minutes with Just for Men.
Allied forces are now using loudspeakers to round up what's left of the defeated Iraqi army, telling them the war is over. Once the roundup is done, the count-up can begin. Martha Teichner reports.
The Allies have admitted they have absolutely no idea how many Iraqi prisoners of war they have, anywhere from 50,000 to 175,000. The picture described by military sources today is of thousands of Iraqi soldiers bypassed in the battle, wandering in the desert, surrendering to anybody.
Saddam Hussein, crazy. Crazy.
Afraid to go home, they will not be forced to leave Saudi Arabia, according to a highly placed Saudi official. But of course, one could never trust them, he said. The Kuwaiti resistance movement has tried to hunt down Iraqi soldiers they say are guilty of the atrocities that are just becoming evident. No one identified as a war criminal has been taken prisoner so far. For Kuwaitis, the search for missing relatives may not end at the morgue. Many report the existence of forced labor camps inside Iraq, where Saddam Hussein has taken his prisoners.
Like animals. They keep them like animals.
Fadila al-Sabah, a lawyer and member of the Kuwaiti royal family, describes her aunt's attempt to find a relative in one of the camps.
She saw a lot of Kuwaitis, young men. They are in a farm, and they are surrounded with fence, you know, a place where you keep cows or sheep. It's the first time in my life that I see soldiers kidnapping a nation.
And now that nation wants vengeance against Saddam Hussein.
I think he should be hanged in front of the Kuwaitis.
Even now, Kuwaitis don't trust Saddam Hussein to return their prisoners of war. Since August, they claim the only certain way to get them home has been to buy their freedom, $100,000 for a civilian. Military officers and members of the royal family reportedly were not for sale. Martha Teichner, CBS News, Dhahran.
Iraq's foreign minister demanded today that all foreign forces leave his country immediately and that they stop what he called, quote, provocations. CBS News correspondent Betsy Aaron is in Baghdad. She shows us now how the city looks after the war.
Sadoun Street winds through a neighborhood of small businesses, homes, and past a telecommunications building. The building is gone, and this is what's left of one block. The shock of the blast damaged buildings on both sides of the street.
My source of income been hit. How could I live now for the coming 6 months, if not a year? No electricity, no water supply, no sewage, no medicine, no food.
Dr. Latif Razek is a veterinary surgeon. 16 years he's represented an American pharmaceutical company in the Middle East. His American connection makes his loss harder to take.
How much is it going to cost you in dollars to replace all this equipment?
At least, in a course of, let's say, over 2 years, $250 million.
Without this equipment, can you perform the surgery that you have to perform?
I still have the...
And on the street, children ride their bicycles through sewage. The telephone line lies silent. In the air, the occasional gunshot. As Baghdad experiences a ceasefire, which is not yet a peace. Betsy Aaron, CBS News, Baghdad.
At today's Pentagon briefing, General Tom Kelly indicated that Iraq will be pressed to release not only POWs, but also detained civilians, including our 4 CBS News colleagues, Bob Simon, Peter Bluff, Roberto Alvarez, and Juan Caldera. They were seized by Iraqi forces nearly 6 weeks ago while covering the war near the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. When we come back, the winners and losers in the new Middle East.
Ever notice how wonderfully plump plums are? How luscious and sweet? Just like these Sunsweet pitted prunes. Now maybe that's just a coincidence, but I don't think so. Only one prune tastes Sunsweet.
Now's the time for Centrum Silver, because you're over 50 and you're out there swinging. Centrum Silver, a complete vitamin formula for your changing nutritional needs. Centrum Silver, it's a great time to be silver.
Know our assignment and go out and do it with some aggressiveness.
Why is it that some people constantly manage to reach heights others can only dream of? A few towns in western Pennsylvania have produced more football legends than any other place.
We play with poison.
Dan Marino.
We know that at the end of this...
Johnny Unitas. George Blanda. What is it about these towns that gives birth to such greatness? Fierce pride, tradition, an obsession with excellence. The very things that drive us at Ford Motor Company. When leadership is in your blood, you push yourself to greater and greater heights. Our 1991 four-door Explorer and Escort have recorded the highest customer satisfaction ratings in our history. And starting right now, you'll be seeing more new models and exciting innovations from Ford and Lincoln Mercury than you've seen in years. America fell in love with Ford in the 80s, and we're going to be even tougher to beat in the 90s. Ford Motor Company.
CBS is about to unleash a new breed of television. Family Dog, from Steven Spielberg and Tim Burton.
Driving down from Kuwait City today, we saw graphic evidence of the torching of Kuwait's oil industry. This is a close-up view of the fireball and choking smoke from just one oil field. As you watch this, keep in mind that Kuwaiti officials say every single one of Kuwait's 950 oil wells has been set on fire or damaged in some other way during the war. The history of the Middle East is filled with war and peace, with winners and losers, miscalculations and new opportunities. Correspondent Mark Phillips reports what this war has changed and what it has not.
The question lying among the debris of this war is, was this one different? Or was it just another in the list of Mideast wars that have cost lives, shifted armies, and solved nothing? Like all the others, this war had its winners and its losers, and produced a contradictory fallout of bitterness and hope.
Yes, there's going to be anger towards Americans on the part of individuals and certain countries, but there's also going to be respect. And it's going to be a long, long time before a regional bully like Hafez al-Assad or Gaddafi try to do, or even contemplate doing, what Saddam Hussein did.
Once again, war has changed the map of the Middle East. The victors, Saudi Arabia among them, reap the benefits and write the history.
Right one over wrong, good one over evil, to be true to you. Moderation one over extremism.
The Gulf states can parlay their victory into a dominant role in the security of the region and can try to manage, at their own pace, the social reform that many say must now come. Those who fought in the coalition, Egypt in particular, can count on a share of the spoils. For Hosni Mubarak, a sympathetic ear in the West. For his people, much-needed jobs in the Gulf. The jury's still out on Syria and its leader, Hafez al-Assad, who was on the right side this time.
Syria is still in a sort of probation. It depends really if they continue in this more constructive behavior and if they don't revert to some of their old tricks.
The opportunity is even there for Iran, if its mullahs can continue their moderation and resolve the Lebanon hostage issue. For the losers and their supporters, Jordan in particular, the map tells a different story. King Hussein backs Saddam and has managed to anger both the Gulf Arabs on his eastern border and Israel to his west.
This is not the sort of Jordan which all of us thought, or many of us thought, was a moderating influence in the area. And there are question marks about the future of Jordan.
And even bigger question marks about the future of the Palestinians, whose PLO leadership backed a loser, and whose cause has now lost its biggest benefactor, the Saudis.
This has completely discredited Yasser Arafat.
This war has produced strange bedfellows and hopeful signs. Israel, once again in the role of victim, is being praised for restraint by Arabs.
Saddam Hussein has done for Israel in 5 days what the Israeli supporters in the United States, for example, could not do in 2 years.
While the Palestinian question remains a huge obstacle, in the war's aftermath, conciliatory noises are being made.
Peace could come out of this war. With good sense, we can have a better Middle East at the end of this war, if all of us just won't go back to where we were before this.
This was a war where precision weapons and bold maneuvering removed a menace and created a rare opportunity. It will take matching diplomatic skill and boldness to come up with a map of the Mideast this time that is not periodically redrawn by war. Mark Phillips, CBS News, New York.
In a moment, we'll take you to a schoolroom out in Big Sky country as it waits for its pen pals to come home.
In most commercials for Choice Hotels International, someone famous pops out of a suitcase. But the star of this commercial is the Choice Yellow Ribbon Fund, created for the American Red Cross. To support our troops and their families, we're donating $5 for every reservation made and used through our special 800 number at a Quality, Comfort, Clarion Sleep, Roadway, Friendship, or Econo Lodge hotel. The Choice Yellow Ribbon Fund. Call 1-800-4-CHOICE. You'll be doing your part for those who are doing theirs.
Words of wisdom about brown rice from Kellogg's Kenmai. Mei Ling's grandfather is teaching her the secret to lifelong health. Live well, eat well. And for centuries, eating well has included brown rice. Kellogg's Kenmai rice brand gives you the goodness of brown rice in a light, crisp flake with a simple yet rich taste. Try Kenmai, the brown rice cereal, and take a step toward a tradition of lifelong health.
What a feeling, feeling fresh.
Introducing Fix-It & Fresh with a crisp, clean feeling and a stronger hold than any other cream adhesive. A fresh new feeling and stronger hold are 2 new reasons to fix it and forget it.
If this is a cold, this is the flu. Cold, flu. When you've got more than a cold, you need Metaflu. Flu strength relief from 4 strong medicines. For more than a cold, for the flu, Metaflu.
With the guns of war mostly silent now, U.S. troops will be going home. Some will return fairly soon. It will take longer for others. that doesn't mean you stop writing them letters, as Bob McNamara found out when he went to a rural school in the American West.
In remotest Montana, few symbols of old survive like the one-room country school. And even the war touched here.
We're going to work on our letters that we are writing to Jimmy and to Brian.
For months, teacher Nona Burns' 6 Whitlash school students have written to 2 soldiers in the Gulf, Brian and Jimmy.
I bet they're homesick for Montana. What can you write about?
Dear Jimmy, it's been warm here in Whitlash. It's been sunny and kind of windy.
The weather and wishes are what they write. I hope you come home soon. Everybody writes that.
And maybe if we're real lucky, they'll be home before they get these letters, do you suppose? I think they've all gotten a pretty good understanding of what's going on, and they kind of decided they were real safe here because we were a long ways from the city.
Here, a stone's throw from the Canadian border, is a sense of frontier justice now.
People around here don't even want to have war crime trials or anything else. They just like to have Saddam Hussein killed right there on the spot.
But even if the war is over, Nona Byrne cautions her students that Brian and Jimmy may still be away a while.
I think it's real important that the kids know that if peace is declared, that everyone doesn't all of a sudden turn around and come home the next day.
But the kids may know that. Out here, the roads home from anywhere are always long ones. Bob McNamara, CBS News, Whitlash, Montana.
It's reported from Washington tonight that tomorrow's scheduled meeting in the desert to talk about a ceasefire has been put off for at least a day. It was a week of historic change and a week of unforgettable images. Iraqi soldiers swarming across the lines to surrender. Iraqi tanks and vehicles scorched and ruined by the roadside. The scenes of the dead and wounded. The oil fields of Kuwait in flames. The people of Kuwait City, free at last. But the image that could stick the longest is that of U.S. forces vaulting out of a helicopter onto the roof of the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. It was the mirror image of that scene in 1975, the chopper lifting off the embassy roof in Saigon. Our spirits sank then. Maybe we made too much of it. Maybe now we are making too much of what happened in Kuwait. But images are important. And we have offset an image of confusion and loss with one of determination and victory. That's part of our world tonight. Remember that after your late local news, there'll be America Tonight Friday. Then tomorrow, Bob Schieffer will anchor the evening news from New York. Connie Chung on Sunday. Don't forget 60 Minutes Sunday. I'll see you again Monday. Dan Rather in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Good night.
U.S. troops clash with Iraqis and 3 more Americans are killed by landmines. Preparations for a meeting between American and Iraqi commanders move ahead. In Iraq, anti-Saddam Hussein demonstrations are reported. We'll report on all that, and in this country, the auto industry in a slump. Even the rebates are not helping much. On NBC Nightly News.
And helps to lose weight aerobically.
I'm using my arms, my shoulder, my back, my tummy, my thighs, my legs. I get it all.
Dual resistance allows you to adjust tension for both legs and upper body.
I have tried bikes, jogging, even racquetball, and Easy Glider is definitely the best.
And this handsome unit folds down quickly for easy storage.
Call toll-free like I did to shape up and slim down with Easy Glider.
Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. We'll bill your credit card 3 easy payments of $19.95 each. You get a full 60-day home trial with a money-back guarantee. The total price, $59.85 plus $9 shipping and handling. Call 1-800-257-1257 now.
This is CNN.
Hello, I'm Don Miller with this quick news update. The United Nations Security Council is expected to meet in formal session at any time to consider a resolution on ending hostilities in the Gulf. The U.S. drafted the resolution, but it has been extensively modified, and diplomats say it still contains tough conditions for Iraq. The ceasefire resolution is expected to pass, although several of the 15 members of the Council may abstain from the voting. Allied commanders are preparing for their rendezvous in the desert Sunday morning with defeated Iraqi military leaders. The Allies say they'll take a firm line with the Iraqis. They want prisoners of war released immediately and information on the whereabouts of personnel listed as missing in action. The coalition also will demand to know where Iraqi forces have stored chemical, biological, and nuclear materials in Kuwait. The International Red Cross says Iraq has given official notice that it's ready to begin exchanging prisoners of war, but a spokesman says no mention was made of civilians. Kuwaiti officials say Iraq has taken tens of thousands of Kuwaiti citizens hostage. Earlier, Iraq released a U.S. television crew held for nearly 6 weeks. The 4 CBS crew members have now reached Amman, Jordan. Their freedom comes after a personal appeal from Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. In southern Iraq, the worst violation of the ceasefire to date. An Iraqi tank unit fleeing the battlefield fired on a U.S. division. Military officers say the U.S. 24th Infantry destroyed the Iraqis with no casualties of its own. But 1 U.S. Marine and a soldier were killed in 2 other incidents in the Gulf on Saturday. Both involved vehicles hitting either a mine or running over a bomb. Iraq's second largest city is said to be in chaos, soldiers and citizens taking over the streets. British reporters say it resembles the first signs of a revolt. Iraqi soldiers are still trying to get out of Basra, the only way out, a highway battered by weeks of bombing. People returning to the city expressed disgust over their situation and their leader.
Basra city is everybody fighting. I mean, the people who support for government, the people who is not supporting for government. Now, 90% of Iraqi people hate Saddam.
Saddam Hussein, he likes the war, and we are starving because of his war all the time.
Witnesses to the Basra scene have been quoted as saying officials with the ruling Ba'ath Party there have joined fleeing Iraqi soldiers. In Greensburg, Pennsylvania, hundreds of people turned out to say a final goodbye to 13 of the town's citizen soldiers. They were among the 28 U.S. troops who died when a Scud missile hit their barracks in Saudi Arabia on Monday. 37 more members of their unit, the 14th Quartermaster Detachment, were injured. Also remembered at the service, a soldier from a nearby town who was killed in battle on Tuesday. I'm Don Miller at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Sports Saturday is up next, but we'll break in with any significant developments from the Gulf if they occur.
CNN Sports Saturday ushers in some early March Madness. The hump was rocking in Starkville with the SEC title on the line. But was the Shack healthy enough to lead the attack on Mississippi State? For some, tournament time has already begun, and for Lefty, it's already over. It was a day for the Chanticleers to shine, the Jaguars to jive, and the Rams to rise. Plus, could the Bears stay out of the woods at Doral? And would it be a meeting of Max in Chicago?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sports Saturday. I'm Vince Trulini.
And I'm Dan Hicks. And Vince, this is the day we truly get to know what a Chanticleer truly is, and we'll reveal that later on in the show.
You'll clear that up in just a little while.
I will. March Madness is upon us. We'll begin in the SEC, where LSU wasn't dealing with a full deck today.
Absolutely. You take 28 points and nearly 15 rebounds out of the lineup. Big Shaq not in the attack, and Dale Brown didn't like it at all. There was no Shaq in the LSU attack, and the Tigers took on Mississippi State with the SEC title on the line. Shaquille O'Neal did not play due to a bruised leg suffered in the Florida game back on Wednesday. So shackled by the loss of their star, 19th-ranked LSU went into rowdy Starkville, Mississippi, where the 23rd-ranked Bulldogs showed no mercy in sweeping the season series from the Tigers. Just before the game, Shaq said he couldn't go, didn't want to run on the leg, couldn't run on the leg. Dale Brown decided to sit him. His replacement, Garrett Hammock, did a good job, though. 20 points and 10 rebounds to lead LSU. But LSU really missed Big Shaq on defense. Inside, Cameron Burns for the jam. Had 16 for Mississippi State. They're up by 9 at the half. The Bulldogs then turning up the defense in the second half. Brad Smith knocks it away. Doug Hartsfield out to a wide-open Cameron Burns, who throws down the big slam. And Dale Brown saying, well, Shaq, you sure you can't go today? Tony Watts now anticipates the pass. Tony Watts with a steal and then throwing down. And watch this as they are celebrating an SEC championship in Starkville. They haven't partied like this during a basketball season in some 30 years, but they are loving it. A big 76-73 victory for the first time since 1963. Mississippi State finishing atop the Southeastern Conference. LSU and Mississippi State both wind up at 13-5, but the SEC #1 seed will go to the Bulldogs by virtue of their sweep of the season series from LSU, and the SEC tourney will begin Thursday in Nashville. Elsewhere in the SEC, Alabama's James Robertson scored 20 of his 24 points in the first half. The Crimson Tide beat Tennessee 96-88. Alabama finished the game back of the SEC leaders. Earlier this week in Fayetteville, Arkansas, 5 University of Arkansas athletes were involved in an alleged sexual assault in an athletic dormitory. Today, a prosecutor said no criminal charges will be filed in connection with the alleged incident. The woman who filed the complaint has decided not to pursue charges, but the prosecutor added that even if the woman wanted to pursue the matter, an investigation showed there was not enough evidence to warrant charges. Dan?
Back to the games now, and barring a late-season collapse by Big Ten rival Ohio State, 5th-ranked Indiana has pretty much conceded the conference title to the Buckeyes. But games like today's at Wisconsin can still help the Hoosiers gain the NCAA seeding they want. And for Steve Yoder, it was a chance to finally beat Bob Knight. Looked good in the first half as his Badgers took the lead. Brian Good strips Calvert Cheney. And here come the Badgers. Willie Sims drives in for the layup. Wisconsin led it by 3 at the half. And in the second half, Indiana just too much. Hoosiers already with a 6-point lead. Jamal Meeks drives, knifes through the entire Badger defense, gets the layup, and things are slipping away for Steve Yoder. Indiana switched to a 1-3-1 offense, and it just opened things up the middle. Greg Graham for the quick drive and the slam. Indiana had a 10-point lead, and the Hoosiers went on to win it 74-61. And with hopes for an NCAA berth almost out of the question now for Wisconsin, the Badgers are now hoping for an NIT berth. By the way, Ohio State hosts Michigan State tomorrow, the only team to beat them this season, so things aren't quite over for Indiana in the Big Ten. At the Rosemont Horizon, DePaul with a chance to impress the committee with number 14 St. John's in the house. Musical chairs by some of the fans. Joey Meyer hoping it doesn't come down to that to get himself an at-large bid. His team playing well. David Booth for the layup. DePaul by 11 over Lou Carnesecca in that sweater. The Demons coming out running. David Booth underneath for the reverse jam. He finished with 27 points. DePaul then pouring it on. Billy Singleton has it knocked away. The Blue Demons on the break. Kevin Holland finds Stephen Howard, and everything was working for DePaul, which has caught fire down the stretch. They've won 10 of their last 11. But before you punch the Blue Demons a ticket to the NCAAs with their 18th win today, remember last season how DePaul failed to get an at-large bid after winning 20 games. And the final home game for the Seton Hall seniors today against Boston College, and senior Anthony Avent went out well. He led the Hall with 23 points. Ben?
To the Southern Conference tournament now, and 16th-ranked East Tennessee State, a team that includes some of the best names in college basketball. Keith Mr. Jennings, Trezell Silvers, and of course, Major Gear. They may soon be named the Southern Conference champs as the Buccaneers destroyed the Tennessee Chattanooga Moccasins in the conference tournament. Let's take a look where the Mr. signs were out early, and so was Mr. Jennings early in the first. East Tennessee State by 4. Keith Jennings, all 5'7", hits the three-pointer, and they're out and rolling. Still the first half. Rodney English comes up with a steal, the drive, and then finishes it up with the lay-in. 28-20, East Tennessee State out in front. On to the second half. More of the same from the Buccaneers. Eric Palmer beats the pressure, then kicks inside to English for the jam. East Tennessee State in full command, and the mascot nodding approvingly. 104-71, the final numbers. Mr. Jennings scored 21 points, moved into second place on the all-time NC2A assist list. With 9 today, the Buccaneers tie a school record for wins with 27, play Appalachian State in a rematch of last season's tournament finals. It was like Mardi Gras all over again today in New Orleans. Tulane shocked 13th-ranked Southern Mississippi in a Metro meeting. The Green Wave mascot, an imposing figure. Tulane was imposing in the first half. On an early 24-7 run, Tim Lewis, steal, and streaking in for the jam, Tulane by 13 points. Still the first half, more of the Green Wave deep. Anthony Reed forces the turnover. Tip to Greg Gary, who volleys out to Michael Christian for the dunk. Tulane has a 7-point advantage. On to the second half. Tulane would put it away. Michael Christian glides down court, and look at this alley-oop to Anthony Reed, who goes flying in for 2 of his 22 points. And the Green Wave fans, well, you didn't see them, but they came storming on the court, too. 2 years ago, they didn't even have a team. But they won this game 82-65. Southern Mississippi wrapped up the Metro regular season title a couple of weeks ago, but great win for Tulane. They finish 7-7 in league play. And this from the Big West, Fresno State at the Pan Am Center versus 12th-ranked New Mexico State. Early in the game, New Mexico State with the 25-17 advantage. And from the ACC, Maryland on NCAA probation, can't go to a tournament, so the Terps took it out on Virginia in Charlottesville. They beat Virginia in overtime. Walt Williams with 21 points in this overtime victory, Dan.
Well, Vince, we promised the Chanticleers we would clear that up, and what that mascot really means, they're coming up next. Plus, the rest of the college hoopla is on the way, and later in the show, all the hoopla at Doral surrounds Jack. Can he stay with the pack and move closer to his first regular tour win in 5 years, or will that blue monster rear its ugly head and swallow up the bear?
What can a Pitney Bowes mailing system do about rising postal rates? Watch this. Seen enough?
Fact. For 10 years, Ford has had the best-built American cars and trucks. Fact. For 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks, American or import. Fact. Ford cars and trucks have more repeat buyers than anyone else, American or import. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Save during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer now.
To the good life.
To live the good life, you have to pay the price. The average new car costs over $15,000. But there's a motor oil that can protect your investment under extreme conditions when conventional oils won't. Mobil One, isn't your car worth the extra protection?
To the good life.
Protect the environment. Take your used motor oil to an approved used oil collection center.
For some black Americans, the best opportunities may be in the military.
That's why I came in, to get a job.
Why are so many blacks enlisting? Many feel they have no other choice. A CNN special assignment begins Monday, 6 Eastern on CNN.
Welcome back to Sports Saturday, and for Lefty Drizel, getting to the NCAAs used to be the least of his worries. But now in his third year at James Madison, the former Maryland coach was primed to take the Dukes to the NCAAs for the first time in 8 years, until the shocker occurred today in the first round of the Colonial Athletic Association Conference Tournament. Lefty brought his team in as the #1 seed, but it was sunk by the 8th-seeded Midshipmen. Late in regulation, we pick it up, Navy by a bucket. From the inbound, Dukes Stevie Hood drives but loses the ball. Jeff Chambers there for the layup at the buzzer. They go to overtime, tied at 74. Then, seconds left in that overtime period. We're tied. Mark Davis drives, dishes to Eddie Reddick for the lay-in and a foul. Navy had a 3-point lead, but Madison still had a chance. Down by 3. Fess Irvin drives. But what's he doing? They need 3. He goes in and pumps up a J for 2. It didn't even count. And it didn't matter because Navy holds on to win it in a huge upset, 85-82 in overtime. It is the second straight year the Dukes have gone into the CAA tourney as the top seed, only to lose. And Pete Herman, who's 30 games under 500 in his 5th year as head coach of Navy, at least has eased recent speculation that his days at Navy may be coming to an end.
Monday, March 4th, will mark the 1-year anniversary of the death of former Loyola Marymount star Hank Gathers, who collapsed and died during last year's West Coast Conference tournament. The tournament was canceled following that tragic incident, but this year the West Coast Conference will have a postseason tourney, and at Monday's championship game, they will honor Gathers, a 2-time tournament MVP, with a moment of silence. Today, the Lions of Loyola Marymount involved in a West Coast Conference quarterfinal game against San Francisco, where this was all San Francisco. The Dons up by 7 in the first half. Kevin Weeks' rejection out to Orlando Smart up the court. Nice bounce pass to Tim Owens, and what a day he would have. Jim Brovelli, the head Don, drinking to that basket. 55-44 San Francisco at the half. Dons by 8 now in the second half. John O'Connell nails the three-pointer. Lions are down by just 5. Now the Dons by 4. A little bit later on, Orlando Smart deals to Tim Owens, and Owens does the rest. Layup and the foul in a huge San Francisco 101-93 win. Listen to the numbers scoring-wise from Owens. Tim Owens, tournament record 45 points for San Francisco, breaking Gathers' old mark of 33 points in this tournament. The Dons lost 10 of their final 11 regular season games, but win their first WCC tourney game in 5 tries.
For 6 leagues in college basketball, last year marked the end of their tournament champions receiving automatic bids to the NCAAs. But the door to the big dance hasn't been entirely closed because the champs of those tournaments will take part in a 3-way playoff next Wednesday, with the winners becoming a part of the 64-team field. First stop, the Patriot League Championship. Holy Cross and Fordham trying to jump into the picture. The Rams building a 14-point lead behind Damon Lopez. He had 26 points, but the Crusaders fought back. Leon Dickerson buries the jumper from the corner to tie it with just 13 seconds to go. They went to overtime. Tied at 81. Jean Brulé fakes a shoots the three-pointer with 2 seconds left, and that is how the Rams stay alive with a Patriot League championship, and they have a chance now in the NCAAs. But first, the Rams move on to play the winner of the Northeast Conference with a berth to the NCAAs on the line Wednesday night. Let's go to Anderson, South Carolina. Finals of the Big South between the Jaguars of Augusta and the Chanticleers of Coastal Carolina. Here, Coastal by 9, and this is what you call a Coastal coast-to-coaster. Robert Dowdle, Detroit Duncan for the dunk. 23-12, Coastal, second half. The Chanticleers just blow it open. Brian Williams with a steal, the drive, and the jam for the title for Coastal Carolina. The Chanticleers, I love that, win their second straight Big South championship, but have to beat the winner of the Southwestern Athletic Conference tournament to earn the trip to the NCAAs. Southland Finals, Monroe, Louisiana. Texas Arlington meeting Northeast Louisiana. The Indian looking for the 24th win in a row at home for Northeast Louisiana. They need to paint, a little more paint on that paint there, but they'll still go down the middle of it. Chris Crease for the jam, 7-7 from the floor. And they were rolling. Antoine Marshall, alley-oop to Chris Bunches. And it was bunches of fun for the Indians today as they get their 15th straight win. More importantly, win the title. The Mavericks will move on to the winner of the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference for the right to go to the big dance. But, Vince, we have to reveal what a Chanticleer is at this moment. I didn't know. We had to get out the Websters and find out exactly what it is, but it is a rooster. So, there you have it.
I have a feeling you'll have a Chanticleers T-shirt coming in the mail very shortly.
So. I'd be honored to wear it.
Well, you should get one on the way. I'm almost positive. Coming up, a possible family reunion at the Volvo Tennis Tournament in Chicago. Tennis officials have long heard the vociferous protests of John McEnroe. Can you imagine McEnroe in stereo? John and little brother Patrick were on track to meet in the finals. The Macs on the attack. But first, more college hoop scores.
The guy said, Annie, you're a Pop Secret popcorn lover, so you should know we inspect our kernels for quality. I say, this is a strange conversation, but you've got my attention. They said, for example, small kernels don't pop up big enough. Wrong color, they might not pop up at all. Only half the kernels are right for Pop Secret. That's why it always pops up so light and fluffy.
Pop Secret, perfect popcorn is our passion.
I'm developing a passion of my own.
To the good life.
To live the good life, you have to pay the price. The average new car costs over $15,000. But there's a motor oil that can protect your investment under extreme conditions when conventional oils won't. Mobil One, isn't your car worth the extra protection?
To the good life.
Protect the environment. Take your used motor oil to an approved used oil collection center.
It has been 5 years since Jack Nicklaus crowded his closet with his 6th green jacket. The 86 Masters marking the last time the Bear won on the regular tour, but his 63 yesterday in the second round of the Doral Open had the world of golf pulling for the Bear to once again emerge from the woods. First of all, the shot of the day by Russ Cochran, the lefty on the par 5 12th hole.
Beautifully played pitch and run shot.
Get in a hole. 15 under. That gave him a 3-stroke lead. Jack Nicklaus started the day a shot back the balloon to the 75, and all you got to do is look at Jack's face to know where that one's going. In the beach, he'd bogey and fall 6 shots back. Andy Bean, though, his short game, clicking, almost got in the hole. 5 under 67, giving him a 1-shot lead on Cochran. But Russ was his own worst enemy. The lefty missing the putt on 17 to drop to -13, and Andy Bean has a 1-stroke lead. The last time Andy Bean won a tournament was 5 years ago when he won the Doral and the Byron Nelson. He has won the Doral 3 times in the past. He's got a one-stroke lead, but there's a lot of golf to be played. Ladies finishing up at the Wailea and the Kemper Open, and it took a playoff between Cindy Rarick and Deb Richard to decide it. Richard wins it on the second hole of the playoff with a birdie putt. 50 and over guys playing the Seniors West Classic, a 2-day tournament. And after first round play today, Bruce Crampton has a one-stroke lead over a log jam of players at -4. Vince?
A unique tennis story is unfolding at the Volvo Chicago tournament. 7th seed Patrick McEnroe could step out of brother John's shadow if he can step up and beat his big bro in the final. Patrick took the first step by winning his semifinal match this afternoon. To Chicago, Grant Connell serving to Patrick McEnroe in the first set. And young Mac showing one of the strong points of his game. Great return winner off the serve. Still the first set. Connell won this first set, did it with some good net play. McEnroe is serving, but Connell comes up with a nice backhand volley winner. Takes the first set 6-4. On to the second. Connell is serving again. McEnroe, though, on the attack. A couple of strong backhands to get the point. Then still the second again. McEnroe with the solid ground strokes, and finally would work Connell out of position and then beat him with the backhander. Little Mac, Patrick McEnroe, 4-6, 6-4, and 6-4, a winner. Patrick moving to his first ATP Tour final on Sunday, perhaps against brother John. The more famous John McEnroe is nearly 7 years older, 1-0 versus Patrick, beating him in '85, while the younger McEnroe was still in college. Johnny Mac will meet Malavi Washington in tonight's other semifinal to begin shortly. So this would tear the McEnroe family apart, I would think.
It could be a terrible family affair. But just think, if things aren't going well for John McEnroe, do you think he'll lose it again, even with his brother on the other side of the court?
You don't think when they were kids that he used to abuse him? Smack him around with a racket?
It used to be a living room. Now it's a tennis court, so it should be interesting.
It'll be interesting. We'll be back with some spring training news right after this.
Keep an eye on your brother.
No matter what size your business, no matter what size the job, Konica copiers are ready. Konica, capturing the imagination. The plays, the players, the highlights, the magic of the week's best moments. Sports Week in Review, Sunday morning at 11:30 Eastern, only on CNN.
The spring training news now, and Mets pitcher Frank Viola is on his way out of Port St. Lucie to get a second opinion. Viola has told the club he will fly to Richmond, Virginia on Monday to be examined by renowned orthopedist Dr. Richard Kasperi. Tests taken Monday on Viola's throwing elbow revealed bone spurs, which in turn brought up the subject of surgery. In the Mets camp, Viola was told that surgery could cost him up to 2 months of the season. And last year's National League RBI leader has got himself a new 2-year contract. Giants third baseman Matt Williams will make $600,000 this season and then $2 million the following year. Pretty good raise. That's the season he would have been eligible for salary arbitration, so that explains the huge jump. Vince?
One afternoon game played in the NHL, an Adams Division clash in Boston Garden, where the division-leading Bruins ran into a Buffalo buzzsaw and suffered only their 8th home loss of the season. Buffalo able to put 7 goals up in the Garden. Alexander Mogilny led a balanced Sabres attack with a goal and a couple of assists. Buffalo stays unbeaten in 5 games, and the Sabres also clinched a playoff spot with the win. Dan?
A couple of former Olympic boxers seemingly headed in opposite directions squared off in Atlantic City today on the boardwalk. One of the rising stars of the heavyweight division, 23-year-old Riddick Bowe taking on 30-year-old Tyrell Biggs, fast fading from the boxing scene ever since losing to former champ Mike Tyson 3 years ago. He gave Bowe a pretty good fight today, but in the end, couldn't handle him. Here's Biggs in the dark trunks, though. Only real flurry was in the 4th when Bowe taunted him, and Biggs responded with a staggering combination. The body punches mixed in, but in the 8th round, the overhand right there would send Biggs to the mat. And that spelled the beginning of the end for Tyrell Biggs. Moments later, vicious combination by Bowe with Biggs on the ropes, and down goes Tyrell. Bowe, winner by a TKO in the 8th, runs his record undefeated at 22-0. He's got 20 knockouts included. Bo's next fight versus former champ Tony Tubbs next month. And we'll be right back to wrap up things here on Sports Saturday in just a moment.
Sarah, keep an eye on your brother.
Face it, you never really know how demanding business is going to be. So more and more companies are choosing Konica, the copiers they know they can rely on.
Let's go, kids.
No matter what size your company, no matter what size the job, Konica copiers are ready. Konica, capturing the imagination.
At BASF, we don't make the house, we make it warmer. We don't make the suit, we make it racier. We don't make the meal, we make it healthier. We don't make the music, we make it clearer. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy. We make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF, the spirit of innovation.
Finally, this from Baltimore, Maryland, and the Pro Bowlers Tour, where maybe it was just too easy for Del Ballard Jr. on his final shot. This is the Fairlanes Open. Now, Ballard needs just 7 pins here to win the match from Pete Weber. So this is his final shot. Remember, 7 pins is all he needs. And here's his approach. He lets fly, and that's in the gutter. He throws a gutter ball. Needed 7 pins, so Pete Weber amazingly wins 213-207, collects $30,000, and that miss cost Del Ballard Jr. nearly $15,000. Dan, I'm not a pro bowler, but I think even Chris Schenkel could have gotten 7 pins out of that.
If not Chris Schenkel, Nelson Burton Jr. would have at least kept it in between the gutters. That's going to do it for this time on CNN Sports Saturday. Thanks for watching. I'm Dan.
And I'm Vince Giolini. The news continues now on CNN.
This is CNN.
Agreement on all matters is won by Allied commanders during ceasefire talks in Iraq.
It now appears the ball remains in Iraq's court, that it's up to Baghdad to bring about a lasting peace.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Gulf situation. I'm Dave Michaels.
And I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
In a moment, we will have more developments from the Gulf, but first, this breaking story. Officials say a United Airlines 737 has crashed 2 miles from the runway at the Colorado Springs Airport. A police sergeant says it appears that no one has survived. A 737 can hold at least 100 passengers. A television station in Denver says 19 people were believed aboard that plane. An eyewitness told CNN that the plane crashed in a park in a residential area, narrowly missing apartments. County officials say many rescue units have been sent to the scene. We're looking at videotape of the scene. And we have this information, too. The Federal Aviation Administration said it was United Flight 585 en route from Denver to Colorado Springs and crashed at 9:55 a.m. That's Mountain Time, shortly before noontime Eastern Time, 4 to 5 miles south of the Colorado Springs Airport. And they say that there were 20 passengers on board and a crew of 5. We will, of course, be watching this very closely and have more information as soon as we receive it. Cheryl.
Now the latest on the Gulf. It took only about 2 hours today for Allied commanders to get Iraq to agree to coalition demands. Military victors and losers met in southern Iraq, just miles from the Kuwaiti border, for the truce talks. For more on that, let's join CNN's Greg Lamont, standing by live in Kuwait City. Greg.
Well, Kuwait City was a bit different than what we've experienced over the past 72 hours today. It was initially very quiet. It's believed that many Kuwaitis huddled inside their homes with family and friends to either listen to radios or watch TV. All eyes were on Iraq and the outcome of General Norman Schwarzkopf's meetings with his Iraqi counterparts. And as we hear from CNN's Tom Mintier, it would appear the wait for Kuwaitis was well worth their while.
As General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander-in-chief of Operation Desert Storm, flew into Iraq, he couldn't help but notice the empty spots in the sand. Iraqi tanks once occupied these positions. Now they are nowhere in sight. Instead, he met forces of the coalition on the ground inside Iraq. At the Safwan airfield, nearly 40 kilometers south of the Iraqi city of Basra, a small green tent became the focus of the world's attention. As General Schwarzkopf walked toward the tent, he left little doubt about his position.
I'm not here to give them anything. I'm here to tell them exactly what we expect them to do.
A delegation of 8 Iraqi soldiers, led by a lieutenant general, arrived shortly thereafter. The Iraqis were met by a massive display of coalition military hardware, something they became acutely aware of over the past weeks. They were asked to leave their weapons behind before approaching the tent. Inside, the two sides met for about 2 full hours around a simple table to work out the details of a ceasefire. The meeting had a long agenda. Topping it was the issue of the quick release of prisoners of war and a guarantee of no more hostilities. A smiling General Schwarzkopf emerged from the tent to report that all issues had been resolved to his satisfaction.
The most important point that we discussed was the immediate release of all prisoners of war.
At the top of the Iraqi agenda was the withdrawal of coalition forces now deep inside Iraq, something General Schwarzkopf said could occur soon.
Upon the signing of a ceasefire, but not before, all coalition forces will be drawn back from Iraqi territory that we currently occupy.
The Iraqi delegation told the coalition members that they would take the proposal back to Baghdad. The Allies had phone lines available at the meeting site. The Iraqis no longer have a communication system. Just when a ceasefire agreement might be signed has not been finalized, but a second meeting place has already been agreed to by both sides if further details need to be worked out. But General Schwarzkopf appeared to indicate that may not be necessary, saying a major step toward peace has already occurred in a small green tent in the middle of the desert. Tom Intier, CNN in occupied Iraq.
As Tom mentioned, foremost in the talks was the release of all POWs, including civilians, who were rounded up by Iraqis just prior to their departure from Kuwait. There are literally tens of thousands of Iraqi POWs, men who were either captured or simply threw down their weapons to give themselves up. Among them, 40 Iraqis, and they may go down in the books as being POWs for the shortest period of time during this war. They were rounded up today in and around Kuwait City in a house-to-house search. They surrendered willingly, we are told, saying that they were forced against their will to be here. Many appeared scared. They will initially be shipped out to POW centers before eventually being able to go home. But if the indication from General Schwarzkopf holds true, it would appear all POWs on both sides, in Kuwait and in Iraq, will soon be able to rejoin their families. Greg Lamont, CNN Live, Kuwait City.
Thank you, Greg. Now let's take a look at the mood in Baghdad. CNN's Christiane Amanpour is standing by there live. Christiane.
Well, Dave, there's been no word, no official response to today's meeting in southern Iraq here on the official media. In fact, the only word we've had is that the meeting was taking place sometime today. However, some of the officials here at the Al Rashid Hotel have heard international broadcasts, heard word that the meetings apparently went well, and for the most part they seem relieved and happy that the mechanisms for the end of this war are in place. Many of them have had relatives and friends at the front. As for President Saddam Hussein himself, these pictures you're about to see, we're told, were shot by Iraqi television yesterday. It's the first time we've had, the first time we've seen or heard from President Saddam Hussein since he made a radio address last Tuesday ordering the withdrawal of troops from Kuwait. As you can see, the smiling president showing no outward sign of pressure after 6 weeks of war. We're told he was chairing a meeting of the Revolutionary Command Council, talking to ministers about restoring basic commodities such as electricity and water, the lack of which, quite frankly, has become a real problem. The biggest arguments you hear in Baghdad these days are over water. People trying to get as much as they can of what has become a precious commodity, but there is no fresh running water in their homes. Children dip their feet in the filthy stuff stagnating in fountains. Women use it to wash with and even drink. 7 water treatment plants serve Baghdad's 4.5 million citizens. This is the main one. Officials say it's the only one operating today, and then only at a quarter of its capacity. That's because its power station was bombed in the early days of the war, and it now relies on one generator.
If this stops, it means the central part of Baghdad
in Rasafa will be prevented from water.
As it is, Iraqi and United Nations officials say that each citizen now gets 40 liters of water a day, compared to 400 liters before the war. And that, they say, isn't even properly treated because there isn't enough chlorine or alum, now that bombed-out industrial plants can't produce them. In addition, raw sewage is spewing into the rivers around Baghdad. Again, there's no electricity to power the sewage treatment plants. Still, women wash their clothes along the river banks. UN officials here worry about diseases spreading, such as cholera and typhoid, now that the weather is getting warmer.
You could imagine the stress and the pressure put on this department to make water available at any cost. And we have to do this at specified standards.
So officials are appealing for help from other governments and UN organizations for medicines and especially chemicals for treating water. At this plant, they say, they have enough chlorine only for another 15 days. As for the electricity, Dave, these pictures we shot about an hour ago in downtown Baghdad. It seems at least one sector of Baghdad has some of its electricity restored. We were told in the press today that the order has gone out to try and restore as much electricity to the citizens as quickly as possible, and that the electricity would be restored during the night hours between sunset and sunrise. In addition, some Iraqi television broadcasts have started to reappear on TV at certain hours, and officials say schools here will reopen in a week's time. Dave?
Christian Amanpour reporting live from Baghdad, and we remind you that Christian's report, as all of our correspondents in Iraq, was cleared by the Iraqi government. We are continuing to follow the airline crash, a Boeing 737 that has crashed in Colorado Springs, Colorado, just over an hour ago, and we will cover that in length when we continue.
American Express now gives you an easy way to apply for membership. All you have to do is call.
Can I apply for the card over the phone?
Yes, you can. All I'll need is some information.
Great.
For those who qualify, the card comes with a world of privileges. Privileges that give you an extra measure of financial flexibility.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Then we'll take it.
Lost, stolen, or damaged. Privileges that protect the things you buy up to $1,000 automatically for 90 days. Privileges that include help when you need it.
American Express, I lost my wallet, my cash, and all my cards.
We can have another card for you by tomorrow. American Express?
To apply, simply call 1-800-THE-CARD. We'll take your application over the phone and start processing it right away.
That was so easy. Thank you. Thank you for calling American Express. On the card, sir?
No need to wrap it.
Membership has its privileges, so call 1-800-THE-CARD now.
My company came to me, and they suggested, strongly, not just suggested, that I seek assistance. I thought it was to fire me. And instead, they gave me an opportunity to save my life.
We're in luck. Did you know sirloin's only 165 calories and round-tip steaks a mere 157? Where would we be without beef? Out of luck, I'd say. Beef. Real food and luck. Wisconsin.
Tonight, U.S. companies selling weapons to potential enemies. Can the government take steps to stop it? Grounding the military deal on CNN's Inside Business. 11 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Allied troops have captured more than 1,400 Iraqi soldiers on a Kuwaiti island today. A U.S. military official says coalition helicopters have flown over Failaka Island for 2 days, broadcasting surrender instructions over loudspeakers. Allied troops landed on the island today, but the official says it's not clear yet if more Iraqi troops are still at large. A woman helicopter pilot who safely flew deep into the combat zone has died in the crash of her chopper in Saudi Arabia. CNN profiled Army pilot Marie Rossi last week. as one of the U.S. military women closest to the action. She flew supply missions as part of the Army's 101st Airborne Division when it moved into Iraqi territory. The Pentagon says her helicopter crashed accidentally in Saudi Arabia after the halt in hostilities. She was 32.
4 CBS television newsmen are in a London hospital today after their release from Iraqi captivity. Reporter Bob Simon, London Bureau Chief Peter Bluff, soundman Juan Caldera, and cameraman Roberto Alvarez were freed Saturday after intervention from Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. The 4 narrowly survived an Allied bomb attack. The wall behind Caldera's cell was blown away. A British doctor who examined the men at a London hospital says they are in good psychological shape.
I find them in remarkably good shape when you consider they've been imprisoned in awful circumstances for 40 days. But they were beaten. Do they show any ill effects as a result of that physically? Not that I can detect. Absolutely no signs, no bruises, no broken or damaged tendons. It looks as if the beating was really not very severe.
The crew had been picked up by an Iraqi Army patrol on the Saudi-Kuwaiti border 4 days after the Gulf War started.
We've been telling you about an airplane that has crashed, a jetliner, a Boeing 737 in Colorado Springs, Colorado, just about almost an hour and a half ago. It was at 10:50 or 9:50 Mountain Time when the plane crashed. The FAA is telling us there were 20 passengers aboard that plane with 5 crew members. We have on the line Sergeant Randall Johnson, a police officer from the Colorado Springs area. Sergeant, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
What can you tell us?
At approximately 9:50 a.m. this morning, United Flight 585, a United Airlines 737 arriving in Colorado Springs from Denver, Colorado, crashed south of the Colorado Springs Municipal Airport.
Sergeant, what can you tell us about the amount of people on board? We were hearing 20 passengers, 5 crew members.
Yes, United Airlines in Colorado Springs does confirm those figures. Reports that we have from the field suggest that there are no survivors.
And the plane had originated, at least at one of the origination points, Moline, Illinois, to Denver, and then into Colorado Springs.
Yes, that's correct.
Give us an idea of the area. We are looking at videotape. It looks like a park as far as we can tell. To give us an idea of where it is located.
The information that I'm getting is that the aircraft did go down in what's known as the Widefield Regional Park District. That is a park area that is south of the Colorado Springs Municipal Airport. The city of Colorado Springs has a property line that's concurrent with the airport boundary. The plane was on its final approach to Colorado Springs, northbound into the airport when it went down.
Now, that runway, we are told, it runs in a north-south direction. The flight number that we have received, United Flight 585. It is United Flight 585 from Denver to Colorado Springs. Now, just to give you an idea, Colorado Springs is a city about 70 miles south of Denver, for those of you who don't know the region. Again, we are being told that there were 20 passengers on board with a crew of 5, and that as far as we know, there are no survivors in that crash. Cheryl.
The Boeing 737 was introduced more than 20 years ago, and it has been a success as the world's most popular commercial aircraft, but it's also had its share of trouble. The latest disaster involving a Boeing 737 before today happened just a month ago when a U.S. Airjet collided with a smaller commuter plane while landing at Los Angeles International Airport. In that crash, 34 people were killed and another 24 were injured. The Boeing model had come under intense scrutiny in 1988 after part of a fuselage of an Aloha Airlines 737 peeled off at 24,000 feet over Hawaii. Months of inspections of older 737s followed, so did increased pressure to update U.S. commercial jets. The news continues in just a moment.
A few small towns in western Pennsylvania have produced more football legends than any other place. Dan Marino, Johnny Unitas, George Blanda. What is it about these towns that gives birth to such greatness? The very things that drive us at Ford. When leadership is in your blood, you push yourself to even greater heights. In fact, starting right now, you'll be seeing more new models and exciting innovations from Ford than you've seen in years. Ford Motor Company.
Why should I have to wait a week for my dealer to fix my brakes just because I own a foreign car?
For foreign car brakes, Midas gets the job done right and right away.
I wouldn't settle for anything less than the right parts.
Midas stocks the right brake parts for practically every foreign car.
So I went to Midas.
Midas brake technicians are trained experts. That's why we guarantee every brake shoe and pad for as long as you own your foreign car. Nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
When this couple discovered their refrigerator had broken down, they did something very simple. They de-iced the evaporator fan with a hairdryer and saved themselves an expensive service call. With the Fix It Yourself series from Time Life Books, you'll learn how to fix just about anything and get preventive maintenance tips to keep it from breaking down in the first place. Discover how to lower your heating cost by leveling your thermostat and learn some professional tricks for smoothing bumpy wallpaper. Call now to order your first book, Major Appliances. It's yours to examine free for 15 days. Keep it and pay just $13.99. You'll also receive this Carpenter's Level free with your purchase. Other books will follow, one about every other month on the same free trial basis. Each one features troubleshooting guides, easy-to-follow diagrams, and helpful tips to guide you through every repair step by step. Take control of the repair problems around your house and save money, too, with Fix It Yourself from Time Life Books.
We are still following the airline crash that happened just about an hour and a half ago at Colorado Springs, Colorado. United Airlines Flight 585, a 737 Boeing jetliner, has crashed, 20 to 25 people aboard, and we would like to know the weather in that area.
Steve Koch has been checking into that for us. Steve?
Cheryl and Dave, thanks. Lots of clear skies are found throughout the Colorado Mountain State. Let's go to our weather movie. You can see the picture for yourself and show you the clear sky pattern that is found there. At the airport, Colorado Springs, they were reporting clear skies at the time of the crash. The only apparent winds were the biggest problem that we could see at this point. Northwest winds gusting to 30 miles per hour, although I should point out that it has not been ascertained yet as to what was the cause of the crash itself. But the weather, the skies were clear, and the winds were gusty, northwest at 30 miles per hour. The weather movie is coming up right now. We should be able to show you the clear sky pattern throughout Colorado there. Although we are watching a weather system move into the northwest, again, this is a good soaker. We're anticipating more rains for central, northern California, Oregon, and Washington, accompanied by some very strong winds, as has been the case the last 48 hours. Gusts of winds up to 80 miles an hour right along the coast. That will keep the seagulls on the shore walking. They're not going to attempt in that kind of wind there. Generally good-looking weather, although some severe weather possibilities continuing in the southeastern states with the potential for tornadoes. That is a look at the weather picture. Cheryl?
Thank you, Steve. We now have with us on the telephone Lieutenant Bill Mistretta from the El Paso County, Colorado Sheriff's Office, see if he can give us some more information on this plane crash that we've been covering. Lieutenant Mistretta, yes. What is the latest that you know? Any word on survivors? We keep hearing from the people that we've talked to so far that there is no sign of survivors. What do you know?
That appears to be correct at this time, but we can't confirm that. Search efforts are underway and have been since the aircraft crashed. It crashed in an area of approximately 5 miles south of Colorado Springs, identified as a wide field area. It is a populated residential area.
Anybody on the ground hurt, does it look like, or this was just affecting the people on the plane?
Just the passengers on board the aircraft. There was no property damage or people on the ground injured.
Was there a large fire associated with the crash?
That I can't tell you right now. I don't have that information.
Do you know, was the airport closed down?
That I can't answer either.
Okay. Have you heard anything about a cause? We haven't heard anything about that yet, except we do know the weather appears to have been clear, maybe some gusty winds. Is it clear and calm there?
You are correct. The weather is clear, but at that time, I would estimate that we did have high gusty winds. That's just an estimate on my part. They have been gusting since approximately 4 o'clock this morning.
Tell us a little bit about how the rescue efforts are being coordinated. We know that the El Paso County Sheriff's Office was brought in to assist.
Well, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has jurisdiction where the aircraft crashed at. Like I said, it is unincorporated. We have our search and rescue, which has a command center set up down there for utilization by the Sheriff's Office. We have Colorado State Patrol assisting. We have Colorado Springs Police Department assisting, and all local agencies are on scene right now.
We had some reports that there was a little bit of confusion there, which I guess could be expected at the scene of the crash.
Certainly, there probably was in coordination efforts, and just arranging who was going to take care of what responsibilities, but they seem to be underway now relatively in an orderly fashion.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant Bill Mistretta from El Paso County, Colorado Sheriff's Office. Dave?
We have information on another air crash. This one, a military aircraft, crashed in a city street today, apparently on approach to the Glenview Naval Air Station in Glenview, Illinois. This according to fire department officials and witnesses on the scene. One witness said the aircraft appeared to be a small trainer or fighter jet and broke up on impact. According to a witness heard from WBBM radio in the Chicago area, the plane is blown up, the plane is gone, said the witness. The back of the plane is about 19 feet from the front of a house. One of his engines flew across the street. He said there appeared to be no serious damage to any houses in the heavily settled area. A spokesman for the Glenview, Illinois Fire Department said fire and police units were at the scene, and units from the air station also responded. This another air crash, this one involving a military aircraft in Glenview, Illinois. Our coverage will continue after this.
We believe getting hair into a superior salon condition takes 3 steps: shampoo, conditioner, and finishing rinse. Now, the benefits of these 3 salon steps are in one bottle. Introducing Ultra Care from Vidal Sassoon, the first salon shampoo and protein conditioner with the benefits of a finishing rinse. This final step helps seal and protect hair from styling stress. Shampooing, conditioning, even finishing, all in one. Advanced salon thinking for superior salon hair. Ultra Care.
Mark McKay in sports, it is Mac versus Mac.
Yeah, an interesting setup today in Chicago, Cheryl. There's one thing we know for sure, that McEnroe will win today's Volvo of Chicago Tennis Championship for only the second time in their pro careers. John McEnroe and his younger brother Patrick will meet on opposite sides of the net. Both players used 3 sets to move to the title match on Saturday. John had a much more difficult time than Patrick did yesterday. John defeated Malave Washington in the semifinal match at the Volvo. Vintage John McEnroe yesterday as he argues with the umpire. Washington serving here. He will run John all over the court. But Mac shows his great foot speed to get the drop shot, and behind the back, the deep pass for the winner. And a match point, McEnroe coming to the net here. Hits a drop volley into the open court. That's it. McEnroe takes that match 7-6, 6-7, 6-4. John McEnroe does. Patrick McEnroe in the other semifinal of the Volvo tennis event in Chicago against Grant Connell. Connell serving in the first sets. The younger Mac shows off his strong serve right there. And then McEnroe with the solid ground strokes here as he finally gets Connell out of position to beat him with the backhand. John McEnroe and Patrick McEnroe together in the finals of the Chicago Volvo events. The $1.4 million Doral Open, the golf event, wraps up in Miami this afternoon. It's been a tournament of highs and lows for many of golf's bigger names. Paul Azinger was slapped with a disqualification. Jack Nicklaus soared on Friday, only to fall on Saturday. Now Andy Bean is in the spotlight with a chance to win his 3rd Doral title. This is the shot of the day. Russ Cochran here on the 12th hole. It's an eagle that just keeps on rolling into the cup. Very, very nice. Nicklaus, we spoke about him a little bit earlier, started the day a shot back, but he ballooned to a 75 yesterday. Here he gets himself in trouble, and it just keeps on rolling into the bunker. Jack had 6 back at the start of today, but Andy Bean had his short game working yesterday, and it took him right to the top of the leaderboard, almost into the hole there. Bean at 13 under, he leads the field. Got to show you the seniors golf event here. It's happening in Ojai, California, the GTE West Classic. The guy way down there in the bunker is Arnold Palmer. He still has the stuff to get it out and get it in. Arnie, 2 shots behind the leader, who is Bruce Crampton. If you're heading to the lanes for a little bowling on this Sunday, don't think a few gutter balls can get you down. Even the pros roll them in at the most inopportune times. Yesterday, Del Ballard Jr. needed 7 pins to win in Baltimore. 7 pins for $30,000. That's what you call a little too aggressive. Pete Weber won the Fairlanes Open. Ballard took home a $15,000 paycheck. That is sports on this Sunday. CNN Sports Sunday wraps up a busy day at 7:30 Eastern. Sure.
Thanks, Mark. We want to tell you the latest we know of the crash of the United 737 jet in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Police say United believes 20 passengers and 5 crew members were aboard the plane, Flight 585. They say they believe no one survived. Police say United Flight 585 was on its final approach when it crashed several miles short of the airport runway. It crashed in a park in a residential area. It originated in Peoria, Illinois, with stops in Moline, Illinois, and Denver before flying to Colorado Springs.
We're watching that plane crash closely, as well as a military aircraft that has crashed apparently into city streets of near Glenview Naval Air Station in Illinois. Money Week is next. I'm Dave Michaels.
I'm Cheryl Atkinson. Stay tuned to CNN.
The letter was in Braille. She told me that she sees the yellow ribbon on the flagpole outside her window. She told me that she sees it stand up to strong winds and driving rain, that she sees it hold its place among the rough elements because it symbolizes our brave men and women in the Gulf. They will now be known as veterans of foreign wars. Their names may fade from memory. Their individual deeds may be obscured by time, but what they did for freedom will never, never be forgotten.
A challenge to Saddam Hussein as Iranian-based unrest is reported in Iraq. The first Allied prisoners of war are heading home. And will the end of the war mean an end to the recession? This is the CBS Evening News. Dan Rather reporting tonight from CBS News headquarters in New York. Good evening. U.S. military officials today confirmed signs of a growing revolt against Saddam Hussein in southern Iraq. A Shiite Muslim leader based in Iran says his rebel forces have taken over Basra and 5 other Iraqi cities. David Martin has more from Washington. David?
Dan, the war between the U.S. and Iraq may be all but officially over, but there now appears to be a new war, or at least violence, boiling up within Iraq.
What appears to be anti-Saddam rioting is happening in at least 6 cities, all in the southern part of the country, which is home to many Shiite fundamentalists more loyal to Iran than Iraq.
We know there's unrest, and we know there's fires, and we know there's probably some shooting in these 6 or so cities. It appears that the Iraqi regime right now is trying to put this down.
The unrest, which has reportedly claimed the life of Saddam Hussein's eldest son, clearly is a product of Iraq's disastrous defeat.
What you have on your hands, returning to Iraq, is a beaten army. And beaten armies can be politically dangerous. If they're human beings, and they are, they're thinking they got stabbed in the back by the regime and they present a threat to the regime.
Actually, there are 2 beaten armies inside Iraq, possibly pitted against each other. The elite Republican Guards, still loyal to the regime, and the regular Iraqi army, bitter at being sent to fight a war it could not win. The Allies could fan the flames by sending tens of thousands of Iraqi POWs home.
If we released the 60,000 plus soldiers back in there, it seems to me it would exacerbate that situation a great deal, because I don't think there would be very many happy soldiers going back.
Some of the unrest apparently is being instigated by Iran trying to settle scores from its own war against Saddam. The administration wants Saddam overthrown, but no one wants to see him replaced by a regime loyal or sympathetic to Iran. Dan?
Thanks, David. Refugees are pouring out of Iraq's second-largest city, Basra, as war is followed by anarchy. Eric Ingberg has been to the border of Kuwait near Basra.
On the road from Basra today, events were moving swiftly and in several directions at once. Only the wreckage of Saddam Hussein's army was standing still, and it was mostly on fire. As violent opposition to Saddam spilled onto the streets of Basra, the scene at the border was like a new Middle East chess game, which it probably is. Coming this way from Iraq, Kuwaitis who want to go back home, and Iraqis who want to leave home. In the middle, the U.S. Army, in control of both sides of the border and playing traffic cop.
If they're Kuwaiti, I want them across the road. If they're Iraqi, I want them over here.
Iraqis loaded entire families into trucks and ran for the border as clashes erupted between rebels and Saddam's troops in and around Basra. Some said the city was in chaos. 2 Egyptians who had been in prison in the town of Nasiriyah told of being freed by rebellious citizens on the heels of the U.S. capture of the town. There are demonstrations against Saddam, he says, adding that the local leader of Saddam's Ba'ath Party was dragged into the street and killed. The army, he says, is finished. Many of the Iraqis appeared malnourished and reached hungrily for rations offered by the GIs. For Basra residents, the hardships of the long UN embargo had been compounded by the presence in their area of Republican Guard troops who always have first call on food. The road from Basra was also serving as a temporary runway for American transport planes, part of the logistical muscle that gives the U.S. staying power in Iraq. Whether to use this power to help the rebels is a question that's now edging its way onto the list of potentially critical decisions the U.S. is facing in the aftermath of war. Eric Engberg, CBS News, Kuwait City.
The Crown Prince of Kuwait returned home today after 7 months of exile in Saudi Arabia. He will serve as military governor until the monarchy is fully restored. Kuwait's head of state, the Emir, will remain in Saudi Arabia until Kuwait City is cleared of bombs and booby traps. It is still not clear how many Kuwaitis were abducted by Iraqi troops. Bob McEwen reports.
It's a story that's been repeated time and time again here in Kuwait. At least 3,000 people seized as hostages by Iraqi soldiers. They were to be used as bargaining chips or human shields. And in this small country, it seems that everyone knows somebody who's been abducted.
The families of the missing worry they'll find their loved ones here, as others have. Since August, Abdullah Yusuf has buried 650 victims of Iraqi torture at this cemetery alone. Today, he buried 8 more.
Every house here in Kuwait, if you ask them, when you miss your son, he said on last Friday. So plenty of houses here in Kuwait, plenty of people in Kuwait captured last Friday.
It's like a hell, and the only thing I can say that you never feel safe, even inside your house.
The mayor of Qadsia says 72 people were abducted last Friday, 82 before that, including both of his sons. Not even children were safe. Now, when Hassan Abbas and his friends play at war, no one wants to be the Iraqis.
My friend, he go and the supermarket.
They hurt him? They
Yes.
beat him?
He's dead. He's dead.
He died.
Yes.
How old was he?
10, like me.
They just disappeared. You know, 1 minute they were with you sitting and laughing, and the next, you know, you don't know what's happened to them.
Kuwaitis hope that those who disappeared will be released now that the war is over. But their real fear is that they will never return, becoming the last Kuwaiti victims of Saddam Hussein. Bob McEwen, CBS News, Kuwait City.
The post-war exchange of prisoners is underway. Iraq began by releasing 10 Allied POWs, 6 of them Americans. In exchange, 300 Iraqis are expected to be released from Saudi Arabia tomorrow. Doug Donnell reports.
The first group of Allied prisoners came out of Iraq tonight, free at last, in Jordan, where the Red Cross turned them over to representatives of their respective governments. There were 6 Americans, including the coalition's only female POW, Melissa Rathbun-Neely. When they were released in Baghdad, the Red Cross said all were in good health, a marked contrast to the last time we saw some of them, like Navy pilot Jeffrey Zahn. Shot down on day 1 of the war, he spoke woodenly to a camera at Iraqi TV. Or British pilot John Peters, whose forced appearance and interrogation outraged viewers around the world. He has yet to tell the story of how he received his wounds. The release has raised hopes that 35 other Americans who are still unaccounted for may be alive and well in Iraq, too. Today's trip to freedom is to be just the beginning.
Red Cross officials are very encouraged tonight. They say arrangements for the release went smoothly, and so they're hopeful that all POWs can be on their way home very soon. Doug Tennell, CBS News, Amman.
President Bush welcomed the prisoner release as a positive first step, but in a speech to a veterans group, cautioned the nation not to relax.
Until every single one of those prisoners is home and every single missing is accounted for to the best of the ability of the Iraqi forces, and also that the Kuwaiti detainees are returned, every single one of them. And that's our goal.
The U.S. so far gives Iraq credit for this quick partial release, but also remains suspicious. The Red Cross, for example, has not been given access to the 6 Americans still believed held prisoner or any information on more than 30 listed as missing. That official mix of relief and skepticism was mirrored today by the POW families. The parents of Navy pilot Jeffrey Zahn, who saw their son so mistreated at the outset of the war, today saw him start his journey home.
There's still a lot of POWs and MIAs that we're really concerned about and praying for. But it was certainly a great relief, and I thank God that the prayers were answered.
For most families of the missing, though, there was no relief today, and worse, no information at all. Sherry Turner's husband, Charlie, was shot down 6 weeks ago.
I'm real nervous right now because we're going to know something soon, and I hope for the best and try to prepare for the worst.
Some families today urged the administration to threaten the Iraqis. Liz Griffith, whose husband Tom was released today, demanded that the Allies keep their guns loaded.
If they show any hint of using the remaining prisoners as bargaining chips or negotiating tools, I hope that President Bush and the American people will have the courage to resume hostilities.
The president is threatening exactly that. Until the prisoner issue is settled, there will be no formal ceasefire and therefore no withdrawal of U.S. forces from Iraq. Wyatt Andrews, CBS News, the White House.
Late word, Dateline, New York. Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations says tonight that the remaining Allied prisoners will be released at 2 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. No confirmation from Baghdad, no comment from Washington. Straight ahead on tonight's CBS Evening News, a nationwide recall turns up more poisoned Sudafed capsules and the mystery of the crash of Flight 585.
You saved my life the other night.
The dinner party.
The coffee. Very successful.
How can you ever thank me?
I'll try and think of something. In the meantime, at least I can return your taster's choice.
Look, I'm busy right now, but perhaps...
Perhaps.
Savor the sophisticated taste of Taster's Choice.
Just my neighbor. How's the coffee?
Perfect. Where do you get it from?
Oh, I have it delivered.
We're in luck. Did you know sirloin's only 165 calories and round-tip steaks a mere 157? Where would we be without beef? Out of luck, I'd say. Beef. Real food and luck. Wisconsin.
Now you can ask Angela Lansbury about Bufferin.
Angela, for a miserable backache, is Bufferin really strong aspirin?
Oh, my, yes. I've learned extra-strength Bufferin has the strongest dose of aspirin you can buy, 1,000 milligrams.
Miss Lansbury, how can Bufferin be so strong if it has buffers?
I wondered myself, till I heard that the buffers don't weaken it. They just help prevent aspirin stomach upset. I depend on Bufferin.
Shouldn't you discover the strength of Bufferin?
The Pacific Northwest is the focal point for the nation's latest fatal product tampering terror. Frank Courier reports on death over the counter.
More than 1 million boxes of Sudafed cold remedy are off store shelves today. A nationwide recall after an apparent tampering scheme left 2 Washington state residents poisoned and a third seriously ill.
That's the work of a wacko. We can't protect ourselves from people like that.
Not when it's cyanide, investigators say, injected into boxes of Sudafed decongestant capsules purchased at stores in Tacoma and Tumwater, Washington. The victims shared but one thing in common. The lot number on the foil-wrapped inside packet was the same.
There seems no explanation for random killing. What they're trying to do. It's really sick.
Despite safety packaging, officials at Burroughs Pharmaceutical of North Carolina say the tampering occurred after the capsules left the plant.
There's no way to make any consumer product absolutely tamper-proof.
The tampering scare touches close to home here in Chicago, where during a single week in 1982, 7 people died after taking cyanide-laced Tylenol capsules.
Store shelves were purged in a recall that sparked a nationwide scare, a still unsolved case of mass random murder that prompted new anti-tamper laws and packaging throughout the food and drug industry.
We had people, dropping dead across the city of Chicago, put together the largest task force of law enforcement officers ever that I know of in this part of the country, and we still never indicted anyone for the murder.
If only she could go back and take Sudafed instead.
In what could wind up a marketing nightmare for the makers of this cold remedy, the company believes the poisonings are localized, but urges everyone to turn back unused capsules for refund and not to panic. Frank Courier, CBS News, Chicago.
The Supreme Court refused today to put a lid on damages imposed by juries to punish wrongdoers. The High Court found no constitutional problem with giving juries wide latitude to make wrongdoers pay till it hurts. 9 residents of a retirement home in Colorado Springs, Colorado, died in an overnight fire that destroyed the one-story building. At least 14 other residents were injured. Investigators say a boiler exhaust pipe apparently ignited tinder-dry wooden support studs in the attic. Has wind shear caused another U.S. airline tragedy? That's one theory in the crash of a United Airlines 737 yesterday, also in Colorado Springs. One witness said the plane hit the ground straight down like a dive bomber. All 25 people on board were killed. Bob McNamara is at the crash site.
Recovery crews today began unearthing the wreckage of United 585 along with its victims. Many found in the front of the plane after the jet burrowed deep in the ground on impact. Today, 2 National Transportation Safety Board investigators began trying to unravel the puzzling cause of the crash.
Well, it's just mass destruction. The airplane appears to have impacted at a very steep angle, and literally all but a few pieces are in a very small crater.
Though a badly damaged cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder have been recovered and yet to be analyzed, speculation abounds over whether wind shear conditions at the time could have brought the plane down.
Pilots who are veterans of flying in Colorado Springs know that when you have high winds over the ground, you're going to have a certain amount of turbulence on final, and that's kind of normal, but it's not the sort of thing that can knock you out of the sky.
Based on eyewitness accounts, Flight 585 appeared to wobble on its final approach before a wing dipped over an apartment complex and the plane nosedived into the earth.
The angle of impact is one that certainly I have not seen before. The entire airplane is down in there, and there isn't much sticking above the ground.
The dig for all of the plane's buried wreckage may go for a day or 2 more, but tonight, as NTSB investigators come in with their first day's findings, there could be some new clues as to why this disaster happened. Dan?
Bob McNamara at the scene. Thanks. A paralyzing ice storm has cut electricity to 300,000 people in northern and western New York State. 6 counties declared emergencies as freezing rain knocked down trees and power lines and covered roads with sheets of ice. Police threatened to arrest anyone driving unless it was absolutely necessary. Coming up next, okay, so the war is over. Will it mean a jump start for the economy?
Dodge Caravan Plymouth Voyager. The first minivans are still first.
Introducing Glade Plug-in's air freshener. It keeps
on freshening. And freshening.
And freshening. Plug it in, plug it in. New Glade Plug-ins freshens for 30 days.
Plug it in, plug it in.
Gently, constantly warms this refill cartridge for a full 30 days.
Freshen 30 days, freshen out of your way. Plug it in, plug it in.
After 30 days, just pop in a refill. Try Glade Plug-ins and plug into 30-day freshness.
Plug it in.
Now's the time for Centrum Silver, because you're over 50 and you're out there swinging. Centrum Silver, a complete vitamin formula for your changing nutritional needs. Centrum Silver, it's a great time to be silver.
When I say home by 11, I mean 11.
But, Daddy...
Another Malox moment. Medical fact. There's no faster therapy known for your stomach acid than Malox.
I just worry.
Maalox, no faster therapy known.
Blindfolded and beaten, CBS News correspondent Bob Simon talks about his ordeal as a prisoner of war. Join Charles Carroll and Leslie Stahl on America Tonight.
Sales of new homes fell more than 12% in January to their lowest rate in 8.5 years. With the war over, there are signs the economy may begin to perk up, but as business correspondent Ray Brady reports, even if it does, it's a long road back.
Maybe it's end-of-war euphoria, but it's an experience realtor Ken Green hasn't had in months, showing Americans a home that they might, just might, be interested in buying.
It's real nice.
Now that the Middle East issue has been resolved, interest rates have gone down. You're going to see those people who are on the fence putting off the decision now coming out and buying. That's exactly what we've seen in here.
If the war's quick end gets Americans buying houses, cars, and clothing again, then the nation could spend its way out of the recession. But that's not likely. Economists say all the problems that faced the economy and consumers before the war are still here.
On balance, it's difficult today for consumers or businesses to borrow any money. And I don't think the end of the war will change that.
Many banks are still in financial trouble. So even though interest rates are down, they're slow to make the loans to consumers that could get the economy moving again.
We expected to buy a house this spring, and we're not. We're going to wait until the fall.
Consumers do seem to be nibbling at smaller purchases. They're buying airline tickets again, and retailers hope clothing sales will pick up this spring. The one dark cloud, a continuing rise in unemployment, could turn off consumer confidence, and many economists fear that's coming.
I think there's a good chance the unemployment rate continues to rise here, at least through the first half of 1991.
Still on Wall Street, where they bet on the future, even small investors feel a combination of low interest rates and low gasoline prices will fuel a turnaround.
I think the market is going to go all the way, and I think this is a good time to buy, as good as any.
I think within 3 months we'll see some hopeful signs, but it'll take a little bit longer before we can actually conclude we're in the next expansion.
So it will take time and more consumer spending before Americans can celebrate both a military victory and an economic one. Ray Brady, CBS News, New York.
We received word today of a death in our CBS News family. Washington correspondent Lem Tucker, one of our most experienced correspondents, died Saturday of liver failure. He was 52. Lem had been with CBS News since 1977. His career took him from Woodstock to the air controller strike to our hearts. Lem Tucker, we will miss him. When we come back, we'll talk with our CBS News colleagues freed from captivity.
All right, how many this time? 8 cavities. 14 cavities? I didn't think I had that many teeth. You're gonna have to drill? My parents will be very upset.
Parents today hope their kids won't have to go through what they went through. Luckily, today's kids use the toothpaste more dentists recommend, Crest. The first toothpaste clinically shown to give you protection down to the root of the tooth.
Another great checkup. Yes. Later, dude.
Crest, the dentist's choice, is the easy choice.
Fun.
Honey, we've got to talk about the Ford juice glasses.
I know, hon, because Sunsweet prune juice has more of 7 important vitamins and minerals than these other juices.
Oh, that's my point, Dave.
No, honey. Your point is Sunsweet tastes great.
Thank you.
Everybody needs some money sometime. Everybody needs some cash somehow.
Hello, dear. To send money fast by phone, call 1-800-CALL-CASH or come to any of Western Union's 16,000 convenient locations.
My sometime is now.
Western Union, the fastest way to send money.
Poison ivy, insect bite, rashes. Too many choices.
You only need one. Corday.
Stop the itch and heal the rash with a brand doctors recommend most.
Present Arms.
Cortaid, the only aid you need.
I'm Harry Smith.
And I'm Paula Zahn. Silence of the Lambs is the thriller of the year.
Meet Jodie Foster's co-star, Anthony Hopkins, tomorrow on CBS This Morning.
4 of our CBS News colleagues are recuperating tonight, savoring a first taste of freedom after almost 6 weeks of imprisonment and brutality in Iraq. From brothers in captivity to brothers in freedom. Juan Caldera, Peter Bluff, Bob Simon, and Roberto Alvarez smiling for the cameras in London. Tasting hot pastrami flown in from New York and enjoying the simple pleasure of a stroll after 41 days as prisoners of Iraq. Earlier today I spoke with them and I asked Simon if there was a time in prison when he thought he wouldn't pull through.
At times I was convinced at least I wouldn't make it. We could not ever, after we were in the intelligence headquarters, we couldn't compare notes on our interrogations. I was accused of being a spy. I didn't know if my colleagues were accused of being a spy. They made it perfectly clear to me that they considered me a spy and that spies are executed. I think this is one of the reasons that when the bombs fell, the 24th night we were there, that I was dead calm. I figured I was going to get killed, but getting killed then and there was somehow less of a painful thought to me than the idea of still going through much more of this hunger and this awfulness only to end up in front of a firing squad.
Peter Bluff, an experience like this is bound to change you. You're in the early stages of your re-entry into normal life. But in the early stages, how do you think you've changed? How do you think this has changed you?
As you say, it's early stages. I'm sure it's changed me. I feel pretty normal, actually. I have done for the last 2 days, but I'm sure something weird is going to creep across me at some juncture. The one thing I do know, and I'm sort of grateful for it, is that I've spent 46 years never feeling loneliness, never feeling loneliness, even when I spent big chunks of time on my own. And I actually am aware of what loneliness means and is now. I'm sort of grateful for that.
Juan and Roberto, did you meet any what you would consider to be good people, decent people who tried to help you along the way?
The Army people were good people. They fed us and they gave us bread when we were hungry. But then the intelligence people were terrible. They were terrible people. They were horrible people.
At the beginning, there was a person that was giving us tea, cigarettes, and I will never forget his face when we were about to leave to go on to another location. He was about to put the blindfold in my face and over my eyes, and I see his eyes kind of like these sad eyes, and he goes, "I'm so sorry."
We wish Roberto, Juan, and Peter and Bob a time of healing and peace of mind. All part of our world tonight. Coming up after your late local news, America Tonight with Charles Carrault and Leslie Stahl. Dan Rather for the CBS Evening News. See you again tomorrow. Good night.
This is the CNN Evening News with Bernard Shaw reporting from Washington and Susan Rook at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
Thanks for joining us. Despite reports that rebel groups control several Iraqi cities, United States government analysts say Iraq's President Saddam Hussein apparently is in control of his nation. In northern Iraq, Kurdish guerrillas claim to have seized 5 towns. To the south, refugees fleeing Iraq bring word of fierce fighting and mass confusion.
What's it like in Iraq now?
The revolution is going there.
Is it now?
Yeah.
The revolution?
Yeah.
There's a lot of fighting?
Yeah, a lot of fighting between the Republican army and the Republican guards and the people there.
Where have you just come from?
From Nasriya.
What's happening in Iraq? Is there much fighting or what?
Yes, yes. And the people shouting. The people.
The assessment of United States analysts is that the events of the next 7 to 14 days likely will determine whether President Saddam remains in power. More now from our CNN military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer.
The Gulf War may be over, but Saddam Hussein's battle to retain power is not. Hussein faces the biggest challenge on the periphery of his country, especially in Basra and other cities and towns in southern Iraq where battles for control are continuing. Pentagon officials say he is likely to crush the rebellion in the short run, but his long-term staying power is questionable.
In my opinion, he may be sowing the seeds of his own destruction in the long term.
Analysts say one element helping Hussein is the lack of any well-organized and cohesive leadership opposing him. The pockets of opposition, while intense, are scattered. They revolve around some regular army forces as well as some Muslim Shiites and Kurds who have had long-standing differences with the ruling Muslim Sunnis. One key to the Iraqi leader's future is what happens when his surviving soldiers return from the battlefield to Iraq. How demoralized and disgruntled a group will they be? And according to U.S. specialists, a second and perhaps even more significant factor will involve the tens of thousands of dead soldiers. What happens when they don't return? U.S. officials say they do not plan to get involved in the domestic turmoil in Iraq, but Defense Secretary Dick Cheney says it's important to keep the violence from spreading outside the borders.
I'm not certain that there's much that can be done about it, other than to make certain that we provide for the security of Kuwait, for example, that that kind of unrest and turmoil that we now see developing in parts of Iraq hopefully won't spread over into other areas in the neighborhood.
But that may prove difficult. Analysts say Iraq is joined by Kuwait and Jordan in facing an extraordinary period of instability in the aftermath of the Gulf War. Kuwait's ruling El Sabah family will find a different country upon their return home. Officials say those Kuwaitis who suffered through the Iraqi occupation may not be as docile a group as before. And Jordan's King Hussein is facing what experts predict will be the gravest threat to his regime since the Black September Palestinian revolt of 1970. As far as Saddam Hussein is concerned, he's moving thousands of his troops from the Turkish border to the south. U.S. officials say his military may no longer pose a threat to the region, but it's probably still capable of controlling the country. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the Pentagon.
More than 24 journalists on their way to cover the unrest in Basra are reported missing. The list includes CNN correspondent Greg Lamont and CNN photographer Tyrone Edwards. The group drove into Iraq from Kuwait without an escort. The U.S. military command in Saudi Arabia says the journalists could be in serious danger. CNN's John Sweeney reports.
About 25 journalists from a number of nations may be missing in the Basra area. A French radio correspondent says he was told by an officer of Iraq's Republican Guards that Iraq is holding a group of French journalists to exchange for Iraqi POWs. 2 Austrian journalists who were held in Iraq for 5 hours made it back to Kuwait City.
And then we kept on saying that we were Austrians. And we said that no Austrian soldiers are on the other side. There are no Austrian soldiers fighting in the desert. And we also talked about Vienna and the coffee houses and the Lipizzan horses. And this might be one of the main reasons why eventually they released us.
Among the missing journalists are CNN correspondent Greg Lamont and cameraman Tyrone Edwards. The pair was last seen Monday heading into Iraqi territory. A list of names of missing journalists has been given to the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City and the Central Command headquarters in Riyadh. The most northern area in Iraq held by U.S. forces is about 40 kilometers south of Basra at Safwan, the site of a meeting a few days ago between U.S. Commanding General Norman Schwarzkopf and a delegation from the Iraqi army. Since the war's end, journalists have been free to roam potentially dangerous areas without military escorts. Those who have been to Iraq and returned were told they were being detained because they had entered the country illegally. John Sweeney, CNN, Kuwait City.
Next on the evening news, the cleanup in Kuwait City. The job proves even tougher than first thought.
And later, some tough questions for the Los Angeles Police Department after the release of a shocking home video.
And in our second half hour, a British press baron stepped forward to try to save a troubled New York institution.
Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations says plans are underway to allow all Kuwaitis to leave Iraq. However, he added that could take some time. Ambassador Abdul Amir al-Anbari said Iraq now is in compliance with all the conditions imposed on Iraq by the United Nations Security Council. But CNN's Jeannie Most reports not everyone agrees with that assessment.
Not all at once, but rather step by step, condition by condition. Iraq seems to be agreeing to do what the UN Security Council told it to release POWs, to rescind a law annexing Kuwait, to agree to give back what it stole. And now Iraq's UN ambassador seems ready to commit his government to the release of Kuwaiti citizens taken by Iraqi soldiers before the liberation of Kuwait.
I believe all the other problems Iraq would be willing to solve as soon as possible, including question of detainees, if any.
If any, says Iraq, while Kuwait's UN ambassador figures there are 33,000 Kuwaiti detainees who were rounded up by Iraqi troops. Iraq's ambassador maintains the important thing is for his government to accept the idea of freeing the detainees, even if their actual repatriation takes weeks.
But definitely we are not interested in keeping anyone against his or her will in Iraq.
Over the past few days, everything Iraq's UN ambassador has predicted publicly has been officially announced by Radio Baghdad the next day. Iraq's ambassador now says his government is in compliance with all of the terms laid down by the UN Security Council, though Kuwait is sure to argue that with thousands and thousands of Kuwaitis still in Iraqi hands, how can Iraq say it's in compliance? Or, as the U.S. ambassador put it,
oftentimes in the past, the Iraqi government has said things, but they haven't taken action to follow it up, so that's what we would like to see.
In this case, actions don't just speak louder than words. They are the only thing the Allies will accept. Jeannie Moe, CNN at the United Nations.
Iraq said today it has turned over the last of the Allied captives to Red Cross officials. But the 35 POWs are still trapped in Baghdad, grounded by bad weather. Ferocious winds postponed a planned prisoner exchange that includes 15 U.S. troops. Allies had hoped to fly nearly 300 Iraqi prisoners from Saudi Arabia to Baghdad, allowing the coalition POWs to return in the same Red Cross chartered jet. If the wind dies down and visibility improves, Allies hope to complete the exchange on Wednesday. The list of U.S. forces released includes, from the Army, Major Rhonda Cornum, Specialist Troy Dunlap, and Sergeant Daniel Stamaris. From the Marines, Lieutenant Colonel Clifford Acree, Captain Michael Berryman, Chief Warrant Officer Guy Hunter, Captain Russell Sanborn, and Major Joseph Small III. And from the Air Force, Captain William Andrews, Colonel David Everly, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Fox, Captain Harry Roberts, Captain Richard Storr, Lieutenant Robert Sweet, and Major Jeffrey Tice. Today's announcement means an end to nervous waiting for many U.S. families, and as you might expect, the relatives were thrilled by the news.
She's little, but she's tough, and she's okay.
Craig is very strong-willed. We had talked about that. The wife and I had talked about the possibility that he may be tortured, and she said that he would be very strong. They would not be able to torture him to the point that he would break down.
He'll probably want a big beer.
Big cold beer.
Big cold beer and probably whatever he wants to eat. And he just probably wants to go to a good bar and...
Following today's release, U.S. officials say 29 Allied troops remain unaccounted for, 28 Americans and 1 Saudi.
Iraq's official news agency announced today the annulment of its annexation of Kuwait. Meantime, in Kuwait City, grave diggers say since August they have buried 2,700 people, Kuwaitis and Iraqis, in mass graves. At the height of the Gulf War, as many as 50 Kuwaitis were buried each day. Grave diggers secretly photographed the victims for later identification.
The post-liberation has become a time of tension for Palestinians in Kuwait. Kuwait is planning to deport some 10,000 non-Kuwaitis, many Palestinians. Palestinians have been accused of collaborating with Iraqis in looting and terrorizing the emirate. Some are being rounded up for questioning, but most of Kuwait's 350,000 Palestinians suffered along with Kuwaitis during Iraq's bloody 7-month occupation. As tales of atrocities spread, though, emotions could blur that fact. There are unconfirmed reports of revenge killings of Palestinians by Kuwaitis. It will be years before the economic and environmental nightmare ends in Kuwait. Toxic smoke continues to pour from 800 of Kuwait's 950 oil wells, obscuring the sun. Experts estimate it will take around 18 months to put the fires out. That job goes to teams led by Red Adair. The teams began arriving in Kuwait City today. Then Kuwait will need another 5 years to rebuild its shattered oil industry. The dollar cost is in the billions.
The people assigned to rebuild Kuwait have 7 months of damage to repair. CNN's Lou Dobbs reports now the road to recovery is a long one.
Kuwaiti soldiers are stopping cars at intersections throughout Kuwait City. They're looking for Iraqi soldiers disguised as Kuwaitis, for civilians with guns, and for Palestinian collaborators. And from the north, from Basra, refugees, fleeing to Kuwait, a city still without water, power, and sanitation service. The return to normalcy is going too slowly for even the cabinet minister responsible for Kuwait's recovery.
If you ask me, I think to a certain extent, because of our lack of experience, we have not, at least let me accuse myself. I don't think that I have done a very good job.
Bechtel has won the contract to restore Kuwait's oil industry, but it has yet to fight a fire. AT&T has repaired a few international phone lines, but the return of cellular phone service awaits the arrival of Motorola engineers who are still in Cairo. Water to much of Kuwait City will be restored in a few days, electricity within a week, and martial law will remain in place for at least 3 months. And there is no date certain for a return to a normal way of life here in Kuwait. It is a certainty, however, that life in Kuwait will never be the same as before Iraq invaded some 7 months ago. Lou Dobbs, CNN, Kuwait City.
Coming up in other news, a group of Los Angeles police officers kicking and beating a man in the street, all of it captured on videotape. The FBI says it is investigating. And in Washington State, police discover another case of apparent tampering involving Sudafed capsules.
Hello, I'm Vincent Radley, and this is Radley Acura. I've spent over $4 million to bring Acuras to Bayless Crossroads. This is the Acura Legend. Car and Driver ranks it the best value in its class. Here's Radley's service department. It's nicer than most new car showrooms. And this is Toby Radley, finished third in obedience class. Which one has the key, Toby? Good show, good dog. Toby, give me the key.
Stolman of Alexandria offers Nissan, Saabs, and Oldsmobiles all at one convenient location. Stolman gives you incredible savings on our entire line of Nissans, like the available for lease at an unbelievable $235 a month. Stolman could also lease you a luxurious 91 Saab 9000 for only $399 a month, or a 91 Saab 900 for only $299 a month with no money down. And at Stolman, you can buy a classic 91 Cutlass Calais from only $9,600. Serving the metro area for over 50 years, Stolman of Alexandria, open 7 days a week.
CNN. This CNN special report is brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer, where Leadership Month means a great time to buy. This is a CNN special report.
I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington. He has been congressman, he has been director of Central Intelligence, he has been ambassador. Tonight, he is president. He is commander-in-chief at the end of a war. Tonight, he addresses the nation. Before he does that, White House correspondent Mary Tillotson joins us. Mary?
Good evening. The last time George Bush was in the House chamber making a speech before both houses of Congress was the 29th of January. It was the State of the Union. And as commander-in-chief, he got resounding applause from Congress at that point, even though the war was scarcely 10 days old. But there was a tremulous quality to that applause, because there were so many unforeseen still ahead. The possibility that Saddam Hussein would use chemical weapons or biological weapons. Now the war is over, and the applause will be more assured and full of relief, and it is expected to be fulsome. George Bush's speech is expected to be a fairly short one, about 15 to 20 minutes, but the applause will stretch that out closer to the half-hour mark. In addition to talking about the war and possibly announcing some early troop withdrawals, the president will also talk about his hopes for the post-war region. Perhaps most important, to try and curb the arms proliferation and find a solution to what seems an insoluble problem, the Arab-Israeli conflict. Bernie?
Mary, we'll come back to you in a moment. Things are in readiness in the chamber of the House of Representatives. We're told by CNN's Wendy Walker that American flags have been passed out tonight. They're also passing out buttons that read, "I voted with the President." They're being called "I voted with the President" buttons. As Mary Tillotson says, Mr. Bush is expected to speak 21 minutes. And you're going to see, as Mary indicated, lots of emotion generated in this chamber tonight. The well of the House of Representatives. The President may begin just a tad earlier. We're told he has come out of the holding room, and he might be making his way to the chamber. And, of course, as always with these addresses, you hear him introduced twice. First by the House doorkeeper, "Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States." And then he comes in and he gets lots of pats on the back and lots of congratulations, lots of abrazos expected tonight. And then, of course, the ceremony going to, the honor going to the Speaker of the House, Thomas Foley of Washington State. And he announces that the President is speaking. While we're waiting, let's go to Saudi Arabia and our correspondent in Riyadh.
Bernie, the Saudis and the other Gulf states are looking to President Bush for backing and support for a new set of regional security arrangements. They want to strengthen their own ability to resist any future threats, not with Western soldiers, but with military equipment and diplomatic backing from Washington. A key element of this approach is a pan-Arab peacekeeping force. It was outlined at a meeting of the foreign ministers of Egypt, Syria, and the 6 Gulf Cooperation Council countries on Wednesday. It's likely to be discussed when Secretary of State Baker makes his Middle East trip later in the week. How the Saudis may react to American calls for an Arab-Israeli settlement is harder to judge. On the one hand, they'd like to see the U.S. exert pressure on Israel. On the other hand, they are beholden in some ways to the U.S. now because of the American role in defeating Saddam, and they have no love for PLO chief Yasser Arafat or other Arabs who supported the Iraqi leader. So they may perhaps be more amenable now to new American diplomatic moves than they have been before. Bernie?
Thank you, Mike Chinoy. So much has been made of the political agenda, the domestic agenda. Our political analyst, Bill Schneider, joins us now. You've been reading the President's speech. Where does this nation go from here? Where do these Democrats and Republicans go?
Well, it's interesting that they're passing out buttons that say, "I voted with the President." I imagine a lot of Democrats are going to take those buttons because after the war started, the Congress passed by overwhelming margins a resolution to support the President. Tonight is a non-political occasion. I think that's why the Democrats, the Democratic leadership of Congress, invited the President to come to Congress to speak. They want to celebrate the victory, Democrats and Republicans alike. And they're waiting to hear where we go from here and if the President's going to indicate any kind of domestic agenda for the rest of his term.
They are standing there in the House of Representatives. They're still applauding, and we're still awaiting the word that the President has entered the chamber. Bill, I'm wondering, will this effort by some Republicans to paint those Democrats... Well, here's the announcement from the House doorkeeper. Bill, I'm wondering whether this effort by some Republicans to paint those Democrats who did not vote for the war as unpatriotic, will that effort work? Will it stick?
It isn't working right now. In fact, it's rather unseemly, and there were some attacks from Senator Gore and others on Republicans, not the President, but Republicans in Congress who want to make this a partisan issue. There'll be time for that. We'll hear a lot of that next year during the campaign, but right now I think most Democrats and Republicans agree, and I think the President agrees, this is not the moment for partisanship.
Do you think voters, the electorate, can see through that?
Can see through the fact that, well, I think the voters want to celebrate the fact that we achieved this war without politics. To the voters, to most Americans, the difference between this war and the Vietnam War was that this war was fought by the military. They didn't receive directions. There was no what the President calls micromanagement of the war from Washington. They left it to the professionals. And so what you'll see in the speech is the President attacking politics as usual as the reason why we can't get other things done like we got the war accomplished.
Bill Schneider, if a war does have coattails, can this President use those coattails to further his domestic agenda?
I think it certainly means that Congress is unlikely to override a veto of the President. And I think on some bills, most likely crime, the President might be able to build a majority that he couldn't get last year. I think it does definitely help him because the President with this much clout, with this much popularity, is bound to achieve more respect in Congress. You know, this Congress has never been afraid of George Bush the way they were afraid of Ronald Reagan, even when he was less popular. I think for the first time you're going to see more fear and more respect for George Bush than for the last 2 years.
You can't ignore Campaign 92, the race for the White House. Where does all this put the Democratic Party and whomever they select as their nominee?
Well, the Democratic Party is obviously up against the wall right now. The president has a 90% approval rating in the polls. Generally, if a president's approval rating is over 50% in the polls, he is likely to be reelected. And so Bush can lose 30 points, and he's still a pretty good bet for reelection. I think the Democrats are desperate to change the subject, to get the agenda back to domestic issues where they believe they have an advantage, especially if the recession doesn't end. Right now, the Democrats have to contend with the war issue, and they think that if they can talk about prosperity and the economy and getting the recession over, they'll have an advantage.
Well, that door means that he is about to set foot in the House chamber. The lead Secret Service agent there, looking down the long aisle, checking to see that all is in readiness. The House chamber clearly awash with American flags. Phil Schneider, you and I have had the opportunity to read this president's speech, and we will, of course, not say what its contents are. We'll watch and listen to him deliver it. But he is at home. This is a chamber where he served.
That's right. I think the Democrats believe that by inviting the president and participating in this celebration, it's a victory for the whole government and the whole country, that they can, in a sense, put the issue behind them and go on to the next item on the agenda. And that's what we're waiting to hear the president talk about. What's next? He has more than 2 years left in his presidency. What's he going to do for the next few years? Can he match an act like this? And what about the domestic problems and the recession facing this country? That's what the Congress and the American people are waiting to hear. But tonight it's celebration, and that's what they're there for, and that's why there's going to be unanimity behind the president in that chamber tonight.
The president taking a few extra seconds because this indeed is a very special night. House Speaker Tom Foley very shortly will be making the formal announcement to the chamber. Members of the diplomatic corps are here. Lots of special guests.
Thank you all very much.
The president stepped back there for a moment, recognizing that the speaker is behind him. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell. The ambassador from Kuwait to the United States, beaming, applauding. National Security Advisor General Brent Scowcroft there, also beaming.
Mr. President, it is customary at joint sessions for the chair to present the president to the members of Congress directly and without further comment. But I wish to depart from tradition tonight and express to you on behalf of the Congress and the country, and through you to the members of our armed forces, our warmest congratulations on the brilliant victory of the Desert Storm operation. Members of the Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Mr. President and Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir, for those very generous words spoken from the heart about the wonderful performance of our military. Members of Congress, 5 short weeks ago, I came to this House to speak to you about the State of the Union. And we met then in time of war. Tonight, we meet in a world blessed by the promise of peace. From the moment Operation Desert Storm commenced on January 16th until the time the guns fell silent at midnight 1 week ago, this nation has watched its sons and daughters with pride, watched over them with prayer. As Commander-in-Chief, I can report to you our armed forces fought with honor and valor. And as President, I can report to the nation, aggression is defeated, the war is over. This is a victory for every country in the coalition, for the United Nations, a victory for unprecedented international cooperation and diplomacy, so well led by our Secretary of State, James Baker. It is a victory for the rule of law and for what is right. Desert Storm's success belongs to the team that so ably leads our armed forces. Our Secretary of Defense and our Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dick Cheney and Colin Powell. And while you're standing, this military victory also belongs to the one the British call the man of the match, the Tower of Calm at the eye of Desert Storm, General Norman Schwarzkopf. And let us, recognizing this was a coalition effort, let us not forget Saudi General Khalid, Britain's General de la Billière, or General Roquefort of France, and all the others whose leadership played such a vital role. And most importantly of all those who served in the field. I thank the members of this Congress. Support here for our troops in battle was overwhelming, and above all, I thank those whose unfailing love and support sustained our courageous men and women. I thank the American people. Tonight I come to this House to speak about the world after war. The recent challenge could not have been clearer. Saddam Hussein was the villain, Kuwait the victim. To the aid of this small country came nations from North America and Europe, from Asia and South America, from Africa and the Arab world, all united against aggression. Our uncommon coalition must now work in common purpose to forge a future that should never again be held hostage to the darker side of human nature. Tonight in Iraq, Saddam walks amidst ruin. His war machine is crushed. His ability to threaten mass destruction is itself destroyed. His people have been lied to, denied the truth. And when his defeated legions come home, all Iraqis will see and feel the havoc he has wrought. And this I promise you, for all that Saddam has done to his own people, to the Kuwaitis, and to the entire world, Saddam and those around him are accountable. All of us grieve for the victims of war, for the people of Kuwait, and the suffering that scars the soul of that proud nation. We grieve for all our fallen soldiers and their families, for all the innocents caught up in this conflict. And yes, we grieve for the people of Iraq, a people who have never been our enemy. My hope is that one day we will once again welcome them as friends into the community of nations. Our commitment to peace in the Middle East does not end with the liberation of Kuwait. So tonight, let me outline 4 key challenges to be met. First, we must work together to create shared security arrangements in the region. Our friends and allies in the Middle East recognize that they will bear the bulk of the responsibility for regional security, but we want them to know that just as we stood with them to repel aggression, so now America stands ready to work with them to secure the peace. This does not mean stationing U.S. ground forces in the Arabian Peninsula, but it does mean American participation in joint exercises involving both air and ground forces. It means maintaining a capable U.S. naval presence in the region, just as we have for over 40 years. And let it be clear, our vital national interests depend on a stable and secure Gulf. Second, we must act to control the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and the missiles used to deliver them. It would be tragic if the nations of the Middle East and Persian Gulf were now, in the wake of war, to to embark on a new arms race. Iraq requires special vigilance. Until Iraq convinces the world of its peaceful intentions, that its leaders will not use new revenues to rearm and rebuild its menacing war machine, Iraq must not have access to the instruments of war. And third, we must work to create new opportunities for peace and stability in the Middle East. On the night I announced Operation Desert Storm, I expressed my hope that out of the horrors of war might come new momentum for peace. We've learned in the modern age, geography cannot guarantee security, and security does not come from military power alone. All of us know the depth of bitterness that has made the dispute between Israel and its neighbors so painful and intractable. Yet, in the conflict just concluded, Israel and many of the Arab states have for the first time found themselves confronting the same aggressor. By now it should be plain to all parties that peacemaking in the Middle East requires compromise. At the same time, peace brings real benefits to everyone. We must do all that we can to close the gap between Israel and the Arab states and between Israelis and Palestinians. The tactics of terror lead absolutely nowhere. There can be no substitute for diplomacy. Comprehensive peace must be grounded in United Nations Security Council resolutions 242 and 338 and the principle of territory for peace. This principle must be elaborated to provide for Israel's security and recognition, and at the same time for legitimate Palestinian political rights. Anything else would fail the twin tests of fairness and security. The time has come to put an end to Arab-Israeli conflict. The war with Iraq is over. The quest for solutions to the problems in Lebanon, in the Arab-Israeli dispute, and in the Gulf must go forward with new vigor and determination. And I guarantee you, no one will work harder for a stable peace in the region than we will. Fourth, we must foster economic development for the sake of peace and progress. The Persian Gulf and Middle East form a region rich in natural resources with a wealth of untapped human potential. Resources once squandered on military might must be redirected to more peaceful ends. We are already addressing the immediate economic consequences of Iraq's aggression. Now, the challenge is to reach higher, to foster economic freedom and prosperity for all the people of the region. By meeting these four challenges, we can build a framework for peace. I've asked Secretary of State Baker to go to the Middle East to begin the process. He will go to listen, to probe, to offer suggestions, to advance the search for peace and stability. I've also asked him to raise the plight of the hostages held in Lebanon. We have not forgotten them, and we will not forget them. To all the challenges that confront this region of the world, there is no single solution, no solely American answer. But we can make a difference. America will work tirelessly as a catalyst for positive change. But we cannot lead a new world abroad if at home it's politics as usual on American defense and diplomacy. It's time to turn away from the temptation to protect unneeded weapons systems and obsolete bases. It's time to put an end It's time to put an end to micromanagement of foreign and security assistance programs. Micromanagement that humiliates our friends and allies and hamstrings our diplomacy. It's time to rise above the parochial and the pork barrel to do what is necessary, what's right, and what will enable this nation to play the leadership role required of us. The consequences of the conflict in the Gulf reach far beyond the confines of the Middle East. Twice before in this century, an entire world was convulsed by war. Twice this century, out of the horrors of war, hope emerged for enduring peace. Twice before, those hopes proved to be a distant dream beyond the grasp of man. Until now, the world we've known has been a world divided, a world of barbed wire and concrete block, conflict, Cold War. Now we can see a new world coming into view, a world in which there is the very real prospect of a new world order. In the words of Winston Churchill, a world order in which the principles of justice and fair play protect the weak against the strong. A world where the United Nations, freed from Cold War stalemate, is poised to fulfill the historic vision of its founders. A world in which freedom and respect for human rights find a home among all nations. The Gulf War put this new world to its first test. And my fellow Americans, we passed that test. For the sake of our principles, for the sake of the Kuwaiti people, we stood our ground. Because the world would not look the other way. Ambassador El Saba, tonight, Kuwait is free. Where is it? And we are very happy about that. Tonight, as our troops begin to come home, let us recognize that the hard work of freedom still calls us forward. We've learned the hard lessons of history. The victory over Iraq was not waged as a war to end all wars. Even the New World Order cannot guarantee an era of perpetual peace, but enduring peace must be our mission. Our success in the Gulf will shape not only the new world order we seek, but our mission here at home. In the war just ended, there were clear-cut objectives, timetables, and above all, an overriding imperative to achieve results. We must bring that same sense of self-discipline, that same sense of urgency to the way we meet challenges here at home. In my State of the Union address and in my budget, I defined a comprehensive agenda to prepare for the next American century. Our first priority is to get this economy rolling again. The fear and uncertainty caused by the Gulf crisis were understandable. But now that the war is over, oil prices are down, interest rates are down, and confidence is rightly coming back. Americans can move forward to lend, spend, and invest in this, the strongest economy on earth. We must also enact the legislation that is key to building a better America. For example, in 1990, we enacted an historic Clean Air Act, and now we've proposed a national energy strategy. We passed a child care bill that put power in the hands of parents, and today we're ready to do the same thing with our schools and expand choice in education. We passed a crime bill that made a useful start in fighting crime and drugs. This year, we're sending to Congress our comprehensive crime package to finish the job. We passed the landmark Americans with Disabilities Act, and now we've sent forward our Civil Rights Bill. We also passed the Aviation Bill. This year, we've sent up our new Highway Bill. And these are just a few of our pending proposals for reform and renewal. So tonight I call on the Congress to move forward aggressively on our domestic front. Let's begin with two initiatives we should be able to agree on quickly, transportation and crime, and let's build on success with those and enact the rest of our agenda. If our forces could win the ground war in 100 hours, then surely the Congress can pass this legislation in 100 days. Let that be a promise we make tonight to the American people. When I spoke in this House about the state of our union, I asked all of you, if we can selflessly confront evil for the sake of good in a land so far away, then surely we can make this land all that it should be. In the time since then, the brave men and women of Desert Storm accomplished more than even they may realize. They set out to confront an enemy abroad, and in the process, they transformed a nation at home. Think of the way they went about their mission. With confidence and quiet pride. Think about their sense of duty, about all they taught us, about our values, about ourselves. We hear so often about our young people in turmoil, how our children fall short, how our schools fail us, how American products and American workers are second class. Well, don't you believe it. The America we saw in Desert Storm was first-class talent, and they... They did it using America's state-of-the-art technology. We saw the excellence embodied in the Patriot missile and the patriots who made it work. And we saw soldiers who know about honor and bravery and duty and country and the world-shaking power of these simple words. There is something noble and majestic about the pride, about the patriotism that we feel tonight. So to everyone here and everyone watching at home, think about the men and women of Desert Storm. Let us honor them with our gratitude. Let us comfort the families of the fallen. and remember each precious life lost. Let us learn from them as well. Let us honor those who have served us by serving others. Let us honor them as individuals, men and women of every race, all creeds and colors, by setting the face of this nation against discrimination, bigotry, and hate. Eliminate them. I'm sure that many of you saw on the television the unforgettable scene of 4 terrified Iraqi soldiers surrendering. And they emerged from their bunker, broken, tears streaming from their eyes, fearing the worst. And then there was an American soldier. Remember what he said? He said, "It's okay. You're all right now. You're all right now." That scene says a lot about America, a lot about who we are. Americans are a caring people. We are a good people, a generous people. Let us always be caring and good and generous in all we do. Soon, very soon, our troops will begin the march we've all been waiting for, their march home. And I have directed Secretary Cheney to begin the immediate return of American combat units from the Gulf. Less than 2 hours from now, the first plane load of American soldiers will lift off from Saudi Arabia, headed for the USA. And that plane will carry the men and women of the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division bound for Fort Stewart, Georgia. This is just... This is just the beginning of a steady flow of American troops coming home. Let their return remind us that all those who have gone before are linked with us in the long line of freedom's march. Americans have always tried to serve, to sacrifice nobly for what we believe to be right. Tonight, I ask every community in this country to make this coming 4th of July a day of special celebration for our returning troops. They may have missed Thanksgiving and Christmas, but I can tell you this, for them and for their families, we can make this a holiday they'll never forget. In a very real sense, this victory belongs to them, to the privates and the pilots, the sergeants, and the supply officers, to the men and women in the machines, and the men and women who made them work. It belongs to the regulars, to the reserves, to the National Guard. This victory belongs to the finest fighting force this nation has ever known in its history. We went halfway around the world to do what is moral and just and right. And we fought hard, and with others, we won the war. And we lifted the yoke of aggression and tyranny from a small country that many Americans had never even heard of. And we asked nothing in return. We're coming home now, proud, confident, heads high. There is much that we must do, at home and abroad, and we will do it. We are Americans. May God bless this great nation, the United States of America. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
This, no doubt, is the proudest moment in the life of this American servant, the 41st President of the United States. Rarely have I seen so many standing ovations. I count 9. And to me, the two most emotional moments in this chamber tonight came once when the President turned to his left, looked in the direction of the ambassador from Kuwait, and addressed him by saying, "Ambassador al-Sabah, tonight Kuwait is free." The ambassador taking to his feet, fighting back tears, his chest pumped up with pride, waving to those in the House chamber. Another emotional moment tonight for President Bush. We recall when he talked about the American soldier taking into custody the Iraqi soldier, the American assuring the Iraqi, "It's okay, you're all right now, you're all right now." The next line, as the President read that line, his voice trembled a little bit, and you could see his eyes glistening when he said, "That scene says a lot about America, a lot about who we are." Mary Tillotson is at the White House. Mary?
I think the moment that meant a lot to a lot of Americans near Savannah, Georgia, was when he said the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division is going to be heading home to Fort Stewart 2 hours from now. It is the first formal announcement of a large troop movement. The administration has said all along they wanted to start bringing those troops home just as soon as they could. That soon starts tonight in large numbers. It's a process that's probably going to take several months, as many of the military leaders at the Pentagon have put it. It took months to get the deployment in place. Probably will take at least months to get them all home again. Of course, there's going to be a U.S. naval presence that remains in the Gulf. As President Bush said in his speech, there's been a U.S. naval presence there about 40 years. And he also suggested that there would occasionally be some air and ground exercises in which American forces would take place. Those are all bits of fine print in what was clearly a celebratory speech this evening. The President gracefully accepting applause, not just for himself, but as he has made clear since his State of the Union, applause on behalf of the fighting force in the Gulf. The members of Congress who, 3-1, if they were Democrats, voted against the war resolution in early January, joined the Republicans in resounding applause last night because happily the worst fears of those Democrats who voted not to go to war were never realized. You asked a question earlier, Bernie, of Bill Schneider about whether this is going to come back to haunt Democrats who voted against the war resolution, and perhaps some voters will vote solely on the basis of how one member of Congress did or didn't support the president. But the reality, I think, among a lot of Democratic constituents is that the Democrats were expressing fears which voters had and happily were not realized. Bernie?
Thank you, Mary. And, of course, one man who was applauded, standingly so, in absentia, General Norman Schwarzkopf. He ought to be feeling very good about this time. Over at the Pentagon, our military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, has manned the watch throughout the Gulf War. Wolf, what's the status of the United States military, and what about the future?
Well, Bernie, the future, of course, started as the president announced that the troops were coming home, beginning with the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division over at Fort Stewart, Georgia. But even as the president was speaking, officials here at the Pentagon released to us the list of the first troops that will be coming home together with the 24th Mechanized Division, the first 14,500 troops, and they represent all of the branches of the U.S. Armed Forces. In fact, among those who will be arriving Friday, at least scheduled to arrive in addition to the 24th Mechanized Division, elements of the 82nd Airborne Division out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Some of the Big Red 1, the 1st Infantry Division out of Fort Riley, Kansas. There will be a lot of troops going back to Germany, U.S. Army troops who were deployed after the November 8th buildup from the Air Force starting on Friday. Elements of the 1st Tactical Fighter Wing, Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. From the Navy, a lot of the doctors and nurses from the U.S. hospital ship, the Mercy, will be coming back. They'll be coming because they're obviously not needed, the U.S. casualties being so relatively low. And from the Marine Corps, Camp Pendleton, 29 Palms in California, and other troops who are based in Hawaii will be coming back. So there will be a joyous occasion at all of these military bases in the next few days. Bernie?
Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Our special report will continue in a moment.
Fact. For 10 years, Ford has had the best-built American cars and trucks. Fact. For 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks, American or import. Fact. Ford cars and trucks have more repeat buyers than anyone else, American or import. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Save during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer now.
In the midst of the storm, it's only natural to wonder where the future will lead. To people who worry about the winds of change today, we'd like to remind you that no adversity lasts forever. And we'll be there with the strength and resources you can count on. Because at Merrill Lynch, we're bullish on the future.
The Israelis, the Arabs, and special mention of the Palestinians. 3 groups of prime concern to this president tonight in his address to Congress. Let's go to Jerusalem and CNN's Linda Scherzer. Linda?
Bernie, 2 points that are bound to strike a very responsive chord in Israel. First, the president's call for arms control in the region, for an end to weapons of mass destruction to countries in the Middle East. Second, his commitment to taking an active role in providing shared security arrangements in the Middle East. Those are bound to be 2 big confidence builders in Israel. Of course, the president made very high on his list of priorities an end, or at least the beginning of an end to the Arab-Israeli conflict. Expectations are very high in the United States. They are not as high in Israel or in the occupied territories for that matter. With me to discuss reaction to the president's speech tonight is Yossi Omer. He is director of the government press office. Dr. Omer, thank you for being here so early in the morning in Israel. You heard the president's speech. Secretary of State James Baker is making his first visit to Israel next week. What do you expect to hear from the Secretary of State, and what do you expect to be telling him?
First of all, if I may, let me join in the applause
for the President, for his great speech, and for the performance of the allies and the U.S. troops in the Gulf. It was a brilliant victory for all of us. I think that we are looking forward positively to the visit of the Secretary. We are expected to hear some of his general ideas. We are going to say to him our general ideas about the immediate situation, about the future, and the very fact that he's coming to Israel is a good development, and we are very pleased to see it happening, and we are looking forward.
Do you expect that there will be pressure brought to bear on the Israelis now to break the jam that we saw several months ago? Will you be forced to actually move ahead, to provide new ideas, to move things forward?
I think that the word pressure is really unsuitable anymore. If one looks at the spirit and the contents of the President's speech, one can see that he talked about dialogue, about conversations, about people talking to each other, so there is no need to use any pressure. We are committed to the Israeli peace plan that was formulated first on the 14th of May 1989, and there is no need to put any pressure on us to remain committed to the spirit of achieving peace between the Arab countries and Israel, between Palestinians and Israelis, and we are in full agreement with the sense expressed by the President that there has to be an end to the Arab-Israeli dispute. After all, 20 Arab countries are still maintaining what they think the right to be at a state of war with Israel. That has to terminate, and of course there is no problem about it. And at the same time, we are committed to the necessity for a dialogue between us and the Palestinian population of the territories of Judea, Samaria, and the Gaza Strip. There is no need for any pressure on us.
This is a two-track solution that you're calling for, which also calls for peace with your Arab neighbors. You are an expert on Syria. What chances do you think that Israel may, in fact, be sitting down with Syria in the near future?
You know that even prior to the war, or even prior to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, our Prime Minister, Mr. Shamir, publicly invited President Assad of Syria to come and talk peace with Israel. We are about to do whatever we can to encourage this positive thinking among other Arab countries. It could be Saudi Arabia, it could be Iraq. If there is another regime in Iraq who is interested in peace, there is no problem, none whatsoever about that, on the basis of no prior conditions, just one goal ahead of us to achieve peace.
Mm-hmm. The money issue, we know that Israel has requested a great deal of money. You have many thousands of Soviet immigrants who will be coming here in the months to come. We've heard estimates of between $10 and $40 billion, which is not exactly pocket change for the United States. Will that kind of pressure be brought to bear? You're asking for money. The United States wants to see you move ahead on the peace process.
Well, as far as I can see, the only Israeli request for some assistance was already met and addressed positively by the administration. I'm not aware of any other request in the pipeline. We have many challenges, and that's exactly why we would like to progress towards peace, because we have to absorb Soviet immigrants, we have to improve our economy. To do all that requires peace and stability, and of course investment of finances. If there is a better climate, by the way, in the Middle East in general and in Israel in particular, there will be more foreign investment coming in. So all this remains to be seen. Hopefully it will all be part of a better and more stable political climate.
A short answer to this question, Dr. Olmert. We heard the President restate his commitment to Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338, including territories for peace. What is your reaction to that, sir?
Well, of course, that the resolutions of 242 and 338 are basis for talks, and everybody agrees to this, of course. I don't know if everybody, but this government of Israel has always adhered to these resolutions. All kinds of questions will be brought to the fore when there are discussions, questions of how to achieve peace, security, legitimacy, recognition, and also territorial questions. When we start these talks, we shall find solutions.
Dr. Yossi Olmert, Director of the Government Press Office, thank you very much for joining us, sir. Once again, the Israelis are preparing themselves for Secretary of State James Baker's visit to Israel next week, his very first visit to this country. The Israelis are cautioning not to have any, modest expectations for these talks. These will be confidence-building talks, and they hope that things will be moving ahead in the days to come. Linda Scherzer reporting live from Jerusalem.
Thank you, Linda. We'll come back to you very shortly, you and your Palestinian guest, for Palestinian reaction to President Bush's address tonight. On Capitol Hill, New York Democratic Congressman Stephen Solars also was in the chamber listening to the president. Congressman, based on what you saw, heard, and what you felt tonight, where would you say this nation is right now?
I think, Bernie, there's a new sense of pride and patriotism here at home, just as in the wake of Operation Desert Storm, there's a new sense of respect for American power and purpose abroad.
Any line in particular in the president's address touch you?
I think I was most moved by his tribute to our forces in the field and how their dedication to duty and their commitment to fundamental American values was really what lay behind this extraordinary victory which we've just won.
You refer to what you call a new sense of patriotism, but we note that there's a movement afoot on Capitol Hill to virtually indict the patriotism of some members of Congress who did not vote to go to war. What is your thought about that?
Well, I think that would be unfortunate. Before January 16th, there were considerable divisions both in the Congress and in the country about the wisdom of using force. I supported the decision to go to war. So did a majority of the Congress, but there were many who did not. Nevertheless, Bernie, once the decision was made, once the majority had worked its will, virtually every member of Congress, Democrats as well as Republicans, supported our forces in the field, and that was one of the reasons I think we emerged from this conflict with such a decisive victory.
One last quick question before we leave you, Congressman. Any particular concerns held by you about Saddam Hussein?
Well, I'm concerned, Bernie, about the fact that he's still in power. As that great British military strategist, William Shakespeare, once said, it would be a consummation devoutly to be wished if he were removed from power. But I am hopeful, however long it takes, that his own people will ultimately get rid of him, given the death and devastation which his policies have brought upon them.
Thank you, Congressman. Stephen Solars, New York Democrat. When our special report continues, we'll have more reaction from the Middle East, and we'll also hear from our political analyst, William Schneider.
Has helped send National Geographic to some of the most extraordinary locations above, below, and upon the face of the earth. You should see some of the places we've helped send families. Riggs, bankers to the most important money in the world. Yours.
Stolman of Alexandria offers Nissan, Saabs, and Oldsmobiles all at one convenient location. Stolman gives you incredible savings on our entire line of Nissans, like the high-performance 9300ZX, available for lease at an unbelievable $235 a month. Stolman could also lease you a luxurious 91 Saab 9000 for only $399 a month, or a 91 Saab 900 for only $299 a month with no money down. And at Stolman, you can buy a classic 91 Cutlass Calais from only $9,600. Serving the metro area for over 50 years, Stolman of Alexandria, open 7 days a week.
Hi, I'm Bob Peck, and I've been an exclusive Chevy dealer for almost 50 years. Chevrolet offers the best value with the most complete line of cars in America, and I can offer my customers lower prices and AAA-approved service. Chevy City is conveniently located in Arlington, minutes from D.C., and only 2 blocks from the Boston Metro Station and I-66. For the best Chevy deal in town, check with Peck. Save even more with up to $1,000 cash back.
Proud to be an American? Then show it by flying the magnetic auto flag. Wherever you drive, Old Glory flies free from a flexible staff sturdily mounted on a powerful magnet. Displays on trunk or fender, then removes easily to store inside. Show your pride. Order toll-free 1-800-456-2783. $13.95 plus $4.95 shipping and handling. Buy 2 and the second flag ships free. Call 1-800-456-2783 today.
This is a CNN special report.
I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington, continuing our coverage of President Bush's address tonight to a joint session of Congress. At the White House, correspondent Mary Tillotson.
A triumphant commander-in-chief this evening gave the country the news it wanted. Not just that the war is over, but that the troops are starting to head home.
Less than 2 hours from now, the first plane load of American soldiers will lift off from Saudi Arabia, headed for the USA. And
a deployment that took months to accomplish will probably take months in reverse, too. Mr. Bush looked even farther ahead to his 4 greatest hopes for the post-war region. New security arrangements involving a continuing U.S. naval presence, curbing the Middle East appetite for weapons of mass destruction, economic development for the entire region, not just the oil-rich Gulf states, and finding a solution for what may be the most insoluble problem of all.
To provide for Israel's security and recognition, and at the same time for legitimate Palestinian political rights. Anything else would fail the twin tests of fairness and security. The time has come to put an end to Arab-Israeli conflict.
Mr. Bush said his first domestic priority is to get the economy rolling again now the war is over.
Oil prices are down, interest rates are down, and confidence is rightly coming back. Americans can move forward to lend, spend, and invest in this, the strongest economy on earth.
While the president devoted much of his speech to praising U.S. troops in the Gulf, he invited the country to throw them a party in person next summer.
I ask every community in this country to make this coming 4th of July a day of special celebration for our returning troops. They may have missed Thanksgiving and Christmas, but I can tell you this, for them and for their families, we can make this a holiday they'll never forget.
Mr. Bush talked about his dream of a new world order, a world in which the United Nations keeps the peace, in which he said weak countries are protected against the strong. He said that new world order was tested when Iraq invaded Kuwait, and that the world has passed the test. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live at the White House.
Thank you, Mary. Now let's go quickly to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and CNN's Mike Chenoy.
Bernie, several points in the president's speech will have pleased the Saudis and the other Gulf countries. First of all, his acknowledgement that the nations in the area should be responsible for their own defenses, although the U.S. still stands ready to help. His reference to the need for shared security arrangements without a permanent American military presence on the ground. That's a somewhat similar concept to one unveiled by the foreign ministers of the 6 Gulf Cooperation Council countries, plus the foreign ministers of Egypt and Syria in Damascus on Wednesday. They called for a pan-Arab peacekeeping force. And it's important, the sense here is, to make that work, because the fact that the allies were required to come in and counter Iraqi aggression underscores the previous weakness of earlier Gulf Cooperation Council security arrangements. And in fact, there is still a military imbalance. The total armed forces of all the GCC countries numbers only 200,000 troops, whereas Iraq, even a defeated Iraq, still has over 500,000 men under arms. The Saudis are likely to welcome also the president's warning that Saddam Hussein is still accountable for his misdeeds. There remains considerable anxiety about the Iraqi leader in this part of the world, fueled by the fact that he appears to be regaining control after anti-Saddam unrest in the southern part of Iraq. The Saudis and the other Gulf countries are likely as well to welcome the president's call for control on weapons of mass destruction. Again, not only because of their worries about Iraq's chemical capabilities, but also because of their fear of Israel's unacknowledged possession of nuclear weapons. The Saudis and the Gulf countries are likely to want this last issue to feature prominently in any arms control agenda for the region. They're likely to welcome as well references the president made to UN resolutions 242 and 338. There's been some criticism in the Arab world that the United States was pushing much harder to see the implementation of UN resolutions dealing with Iraq than it has on UN resolutions dealing with Israel and the Palestinians. The president made no reference to an international peace conference, but there are some signs that the Saudis might still be receptive to certain aspects of American diplomacy having to do with Israel nonetheless. Because of their hostility to the PLO leader, Yasser Arafat, they may be more accommodating now. There is, in general, agreement that the climate is positive for progress in the Middle East, but given the past track record of Middle East peace efforts, there is still a certain healthy skepticism about the prospects for a real peace in the region. Bernie?
Thank you. Mike Chinoy reporting live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Linda Scherzer, we mentioned earlier that we would return to you, and we do now.
Bernie, Palestinians, of course, have a very great deal at stake in what is being referred to as the new order. In the past, they have felt abandoned by the United States. Many have felt very frustrated by the fact that there was no formal linkage between an Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait, linking that to an Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Saeb Erekat is a professor of political science at the University in Nablus in the West Bank. He joins us now to discuss the reaction to the president's speech tonight. Professor Erekat, you heard the president's speech. You heard him issue a very strong commitment to resolutions 242 and 338. Is there a feeling perhaps now that the Palestinians' time has come?
Well, I think it's up to the Americans, it's up to the Europeans, and it's up to the world community who just shown us vigor, militarism, going to a war, to implement Security Council Resolution 660. And if this same vigor can be shown, I'm not talking about the necessity of attacking Israel if it refuses to comply with Security Council Resolution 242 and 338. But if the double standards and split-tongue policies are abandoned, and we get serious in trying to implement Security Council Resolution 242 and 338 in terms of Israel withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza, I think we are on the right track.
Palestinians that we have spoken to have said that they do not intend to meet with Secretary of State Baker when he comes to this area. Can you explain why?
Well, I don't think that we have read in the newspaper today that the Secretary doesn't have on his agenda to meet Palestinians. And actually the comments made by the Secretary concerning that he doesn't have a plan, that he wants to keep the PLO out of the peace process, and he's not going to pressure Israel, and his failure to refer to resolutions 242 and 338 had made it very difficult for Palestinians to understand why is he coming here, what is he coming here to do.
What about the PLO? Saudi Arabia now, other Arab countries, we are told, or at least there are reports that they are calling on Palestinians to dump Yasser Arafat. The Israelis have always considered this an outlawed organization. The PLO is acknowledged to have lost a great deal of credibility with the West. Will the Palestinians still rally behind Yasser Arafat?
Well, Linda, it's not up to me to decide who represents Israel. It's not up to me to decide who represents the States or Britain or any other country. And I don't think it's up to anybody to choose Palestinian representatives for them. We have chosen the PLO as our sovereign representative, and I have never seen more backing to the PLO and to Chairman Arafat personally as I see this time. You have to keep in mind one thing, Linda, is that the PLO has been preaching and telling the people here that only by peace shall we reach an agreement with Israel and solve the question politically. You cannot expect the PLO to reach peace here and turn to be a warmonger in the Gulf. We maintained our consistency in terms of wanting a peaceful solution here and wanting a solution to the Gulf crisis by peaceful means also. So, I mean, it never happened in history of conflict resolution that two enemies who were supposed to meet, that one side decided to choose his representatives and his enemy's representatives. If we're going to speak seriously about a peace process, we need to bring the parties that can deliver the concessions required for peace. That is the government of Israel, which I really don't like, and the PLO. It's the only body that can deliver the concessions required for peace.
The Israelis say that they've actually talked to Palestinians who have said privately that perhaps Yasser Arafat can't deliver anymore. They, of course, are trying to encourage a local Palestinian leadership. Do you think that there are any Palestinians out there in the West Bank and Gaza Strip who are prepared to talk directly with the Israelis?
Is that why Professor Seren Sebe is in jail? Is that why Mr. Radwan Abu Ayash is in jail? Most of the Palestinian moderate leadership was destroyed and was put behind bars by the Israelis. I was only summoned 2 days ago to the military governor's quarters in Jericho, where they said to me, this is a final warning for you. I don't know why, but I think Shamir is doing a good job at really destroying any basis for moderation so he can say, we don't have Palestinians to talk to. I think the Israelis are not interested in dialogue with us. They are interested in monologue, and that's really the tragic sense of what's happening to the Palestinians here.
The president made absolutely no mention of any international peace conference, something that you have been interested in the past. Your reaction to that?
Well, our reaction is that, if we're going to start a serious peace process, which we want badly, there are certain points to be said. I think we will not waste any of our time or be pulled into the traps of Mr. Shamir, the appointment procedures on and off again, talking about who would represent, Cairo meeting, Jordanian-Palestinian delegation. The Israeli government has to come out with unequivocal terms saying that they accept 242 and 338 land for peace as basis for negotiations. Secondly, I would like to reiterate the Palestinian people's commitment to the peace strategy introduced by the PLO in 1988, the recognition of Israel, 242 and 338. And also, since this process seems going to take so much time and nobody's going to pressure Israel that much, there are resolutions 672, 673, 681 of 1990 calling for the implementations of the Fourth Geneva Conventions of 1949 on the Palestinians. We, up till this day, we are still under curfew. We are restricted to our towns. We are suffering economically, politically, educationally. This suffering must come to an end. And I think the President of the United States should start by remembering that there are Security Council resolutions 672, 673, 681, which calls for the immediate implementation of the four Geneva Conventions of 1949 for protection of Palestinians. I think this is the urgent thing now. It's the international protection that we require under this occupation, which must end.
Saeed Arafat, thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning in Israel. Again, Palestinians, like the Israelis, are looking forward to Secretary of State Baker's visit next week, waiting to see what new initiatives he may be bringing. Bernie?
Thank you, Linda Scherzer, reporting live from Jerusalem. When our special report coverage continues, we're going to take you to Amman, Jordan, for a status report on that nation.
Calumet Farm in Kentucky has produced more legendary racehorses than any other stable. Whirlaway, Citation, Alidar. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness. And it doesn't happen only in horse racing. Ford has set the pace in the auto industry from the outset. And with billions of dollars invested in models like our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis, we're going to stay out in front. Ford Motor Company.
When you rinse first with Plax, normal everyday brushing takes on a whole new meaning. Plax, clinically proven to remove more plaque than brushing alone.
When your eyes feel extra dry and irritated, they need extra relief. Visine Extra gets the red out, plus an extra medication that soothes, cools, and moisturizes dry, irritated eyes. Visine gets the red out and a whole lot more.
Who's everyone's favorite movie star?
I love Mel Gibson.
No, it's Michael J. Fox as Nick Lang. Women adore him.
I mean, you don't think I'm attracted to you?
Men admire him.
You egomaniacal little cockroach.
And Us Magazine says Michael J. Fox has his best comic role in years.
I think I lost the contact out there.
People says The Hard Way is comically perfect. Michael J. Fox, James Woods, The Hard Way, rated R. Starts Friday at theaters everywhere.
During all of February, during all of January, Tony Clark has been at his listening post in Amman, Jordan. He joins us now. Tony?
Bernie, it's a little after 5 in the morning here, so it will probably be another 4 or 5 hours before we get some official reaction from the Jordanian government. But I think there's some things that that we can assume that Jordanians will be saying when they talk about the president's speech. First of all, the public perception may be that Iraq may have lost militarily, but because of the United States' willingness now to discuss the Arab-Israeli conflict, that Iraq may have won a victory that the Palestinians may say that they have been looking for, that the Palestinian issue will now be discussed. Of the 4 points that President Bush brought out in his speech dealing with the Middle East, 2 of them were very similar to points brought out by King Hussein in a speech to the nation last week, and 2 other ones were brought up by Crown Prince Hassan shortly after that. The end to the Arab-Israeli conflict is the #1 priority, according to King Hussein. Where the difference will be with the United States is Jordan wants the PLO to be actively involved in any settlement of the Israeli-Arab conflict, and that's something that it will be difficult for the United States and other Western allies to do. Regarding economic development, one of the calls that the president made in his speech, it is similar to a call that both the king and the Crown Prince made, what they would like to see here in Jordan is a sharing of the wealth. There is a diversity, a vast difference between the wealthy nations and the poor nations here in the Middle East. And according to the Crown Prince, as long as there is this disparity of wealth, as the Crown Prince said, a strong man will rise up every 10 years or so, and we will see another situation like has happened in Iraq. And so what Jordan is hoping to see is some sharing of the wealth from the rich and the poor nations. In regard to the proliferation of weapons, one of the things the Jordanians will be eager to see is that same yardstick applied to Israel. As Israel's neighbor, that is a concern. While there is a feeling that the Gulf area should be made free of weapons, that it should be, the example given by the Crown Prince was, be made like in Antarctica, where there are security arrangements, where there is a lack of weapons, an agreement that weapons should not be in the area. The Crown Prince said that's the same sort of thing that should happen in the Gulf. But what the Jordanians would want to see is the same yardstick applied to their next-door neighbor, Israel. And shared security is one of the things that will be a very important point for Jordanians. They want to see Western forces out of the area. They want to see Arab security forces here. And they say that's the only way to maintain stability in the region. The interesting thing will be to see how much of a role Jordan has to play. The initial indications are that Jordan, throughout all of these initial meetings, will be sitting on the sideline. Its future will be decided by the coalition. In the president's speech, there was no mention of Jordan. It was all a mention of the West meeting with its coalition partners. And so Jordan will be, unfortunately for the Jordanians, they will say they're going to have to just simply sit and wait and watch and see what happens to their region. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from Amman.
Tony, before we leave you, one quick question. To what extent is King Hussein of Jordan engaging in fence mending with the coalition nations?
He's doing that very much so. Both in his speech last week, he said that we open our arms wide to all those that want to have friendly relations with us. And in fact, to the West, in the first exchange of prisoners of war, the U.S. ambassador to Jordan was very complimentary of all of the efforts that Jordan was making to try and facilitate that. And so there is both a cooling request on the part of the king to try and cool the feelings here in Jordan towards the West, and an extension of any kind of help that Jordan can give in an attempt to try and ease the relations that have become very strained over the past few months.
Tony Clark reporting live from Amman, Jordan. Let's go back to the Pentagon and our military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer. And Wolf, I come to you with a simple question. That's a huge building you cover, all those floors and all those rings and corridors. If you had to describe the feeling in that building tonight at 18 minutes past 10 Eastern Time, how would you describe it?
Great relief, great satisfaction. Certainly officials here, military officers, especially those who served 20 years ago during the Vietnam era, are very proud of this accomplishment. They themselves find it hard to believe that the ground war lasted only 4 days, that U.S. and other coalition casualties were as relatively modest as they were. They're also delighted that U.S. sophisticated hardware, the high-tech weaponry, proved as effective as it clearly did prove. Not only the so-called smart bombs, the jamming devices, but also the Apache helicopter, the M1A1 battle tank. There were all sorts of suggestions in the days and weeks leading up to the war that the U.S. simply didn't have it as far as a desert warfare situation was concerned. So there's a lot of pride, there's a lot of joy, certainly a lot of relief that the casualties were as modest as they were.
Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. When we return, the thoughts, the observations, the analysis of Bill Schneider.
I've been working for Calumet Farm, soon to be 49 years. I've worked for some famous horses.
What gives a certain group of people the ability to consistently do the impossible? Take Calumet Farm. No other farm has ever dominated horse racing like Calumet. Whirl Away, Citation, Allentown. It would take a winner's circle as big as Kentucky to do justice to this amazing stable. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness. And it doesn't happen only in horse racing. In the auto industry, Ford Motor Company has continually been a leader in innovation, and there's much more to come. Our new modular V8 represents a dramatic improvement in both efficiency and performance. And our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis are redefining the concept of luxury ride and handling. America fell in love with Ford in the 80s. And smart money will tell you, we're going to be even tougher to beat in the 90s. Ford Motor Company.
Zanuck wants your name cleared as soon as possible. He wants my name cleared of what?
In 1951, the House Committee on Un-American Activities
Are you now a member of the Communist Party?
attacked the creative community of Hollywood through a campaign of censorship.
You think I would name you? You think I would name you? No!
And fear.
Are they gonna kill you? You're dead, David. D-E-A-D, dead.
Robert De Niro,
Don't you have an ounce of decency?
guilty by suspicion. Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, March 15th at a theater near you.
Country and broccoli rice au gratin brings the fresh taste of the country to life. Like the great taste of tender broccoli, with a delectable combination of real savory cheeses in every bite. All Country Inn recipes have a delicate blend of herbs and spices that complement Uncle Ben's long grain rice. So all the rich country flavors come through. Country Inn side dishes, where country fresh taste comes to life.
Looking at this story about the poll, this latest CNN Gallup poll shows people in the United States feeling positive about their country and their president following the Allied victory in the Gulf. The survey of just over 1,000 adults was conducted last Thursday through Sunday. 66% of those questioned say they are satisfied with the way things are going in the United States, as opposed to 33% who say they are dissatisfied. And those Americans are especially satisfied with their president. George Bush, already one of the most popular presidents according to CNN Gallup polling, has reached a new height in overall approval. 89% of Americans approve of the president overall, the highest rating in the history of presidential polling. Joining us, Bill Schneider, our CNN political analyst. You sat here, you saw and heard the president in the well of the House of Representatives tonight. You were making copious notes on the president's text. What are your thoughts?
Well, this speech was clearly the high point of George Bush's life. I mean, not only did he win this war in the Persian Gulf, you can say that he won two wars. We won the Cold War back in 1989. Then we won a fighting war in the Persian Gulf. The Cold War lasted 43 years. The Persian Gulf War just 43 days. In fact, you could say 2.5 wars if you want to count the fact that we got our man last year in Panama. But the only war we haven't won under George Bush is the war on drugs that he declared in the first year of his presidency. But that's sort of forgotten right now. I think he was George of Arabia, standing before the world, the American people, a triumphant hero. He's going to be a tough act for himself to follow. A lot of people said Reagan would be a tough act to follow, and now I think George Bush has set a new standard. If the Democrats can take any hope, and I've heard them say this to themselves, it's the fact that Bush has no place to go but down in their estimation.
Oh, you're anticipating my first question to you. You know American politics. You've seen administrations, past presidents. How long can this surge of popularity and widespread support persist for George Bush?
I think it'll last some time. After all, this was a major war, a major commitment by the United States, and there's a sense of great pride and relief. Essentially, what George Bush depends on is peace and prosperity. Now, we have peace in the country. We don't have prosperity. And the same poll figures show that Americans are still nervous about the economy. They only give Bush, according to the CNN poll, about a 49% approval rating on his handling of the economy. So clearly, the next item on the agenda is to get out of the recession and return the nation to prosperity. If he can do that, then he will have accomplished the two things any president must have: peace and prosperity. And that will make him a formidable candidate, and I would argue probably in the ranks of history, a very good president, one of the best.
How much has George Bush, the man, and George Bush, the president, grown over the past year?
Well, you know what's interesting is Bush has always been criticized because he doesn't have vision, the sort of vision that we got from his predecessor, Ronald Reagan, and I would argue that's a fair criticism. I don't think we got a lot of vision in the speech tonight. The domestic agenda was mostly a laundry list of the same programs that he's proposed in the past. But for the first time, I, watching this speech tonight, saw something important that I think was communicated also to the American people at large. A strength of character, a fundamental honor and decency. That's what Americans liked best about George Bush, when he talked about being a caring and generous and good people, when he attacked bigotry and discrimination. That was clearly sincere, and we recognize that sincerity in those remarks and also in his commitment in the Gulf War. I think it's that strength of character in President Bush that was effectively communicated by this speech, and that's going to be something that's going to last a long time in the esteem of the American public.
And Bill, I noted George Bush's voice trembling when he said that scene says a lot about America, a lot about who we are. One last question. Does this surge of success put President Bush in a better bargaining position when he sits opposite Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev?
Well, absolutely. George Bush is now the leader of the only remaining superpower in the world. Gorbachev tried to salvage some prestige by attempting to make peace in the Gulf. The president handled that very skillfully. He didn't let politics interfere with our military mission, even world politics. And I think he has the upper hand, clearly. We are interested, of course, in making sure the Soviet Union doesn't collapse. We have declared ourselves a partner with Gorbachev, but I think there's no question who the world's only superpower is right now, and we have the controlling voice in world affairs at the moment.
Bill Schneider, thanks very much. That concludes our special report, our coverage of President Bush's address tonight to a joint session of Congress. On behalf of everyone at CNN, here and abroad, I'm Bernard Shaw in Washington. We will continue with other news of the day in just a few moments.
For years, I never even thought about it. Guess I just didn't want to face things.
Yeah, I've been there.
But now, my parents, they need real help. It's going to be tight. We'll just have to manage somehow.
I got this guy at Payne Weber. Put me in a mutual fund for my parents. Same time he set up my kid's college fund.
That long ago? How do you know about your parents back then?
He asked.
Sarah, keep an eye on your brother.
Face it, you never really know how demanding business is going to be. So more and more companies are choosing Konica, the copiers they know they can rely on.
Let's go, kids.
No matter what size your company, no matter what size the job, Konica copiers are ready. Konica, capturing the imagination.
It happens while you sleep.
A kiss? Not yet, honey.
Millions of bacteria form in your mouth.
A kiss? No.
So you wake up with the worst breath of the day. Morning breath.
Oh, honey.
Morning breath with Scope. Antiseptic Scope has 2 powerful ingredients that kill 90% of the bacteria that cause morning breath.
How about that kiss?
Where's my kiss?
Kiss me, you big lug.
Scope. Original mint or peppermint. The best thing first thing in the morning.
Okay. Let's just say that this is about the size of an ordinary hotel room. Then this would be about the size of a room at Residence Inn. Recap: ordinary hotel, Residence Inn.
People who travel for a living live here.
I'm Jonathan Mann at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Coming up on the CNN Evening News, a look at the headlines, a special profile of Joint Chiefs Chairman Colin Powell, and investigations are underway into alarming videotape from Los Angeles of police beating an unarmed black motorist. The community's outraged. Coming up in just a moment.
Evening News continues, followed by Moneyline, next on CNN.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's March Academy Awards month. Of course, TNT has those Oscar-winning stars, but there's more. stars in cars, stars behind bars, gang stars. That's right, Lassie. We even have famous co-stars, dueling stars and falling stars. Watch out below. All stars and shooting stars. TNT Seeing Stars Month movies. So many movies, all this month.
A TNT exclusive premiere. 1862.
It's going to be a long war.
Both sides thought they had created the ultimate secret weapon.
2 layers of iron plate. They can't sink the Merrimack with standard guns.
Blow it up.
We know about the ironclad from a spy.
Now, TNT recreates the most extraordinary battle of the Civil War. Ironclads, Monday on TNT.
This is CNN.
Now a look at the headlines. In his speech to Congress, President Bush called on Israel and its Arab neighbors to settle their differences through compromise. And he announced that within hours, hundreds of U.S. troops would begin heading home from the Gulf War. 30 airmen from Operation Desert Storm were welcomed home Wednesday at Pope Air Force Base, South Carolina. The Pentagon says the initial withdrawal will include over 7,000 men and women set to be home by Friday or Saturday. 35 freed Allied POWs included 15 U.S. troops. Doctors say some had been slapped around and 3 had perforated eardrums. Iraq says it has released all its Allied prisoners and promises to free thousands of abducted Kuwaitis. In Saudi Arabia, nearly 300 Iraqi troops boarded planes for their flight home. They're the first of more than 63,000 Iraqi POWs to be freed by the Allies.
General Colin Powell is again dismissing talk he will enter politics. The Joint Chiefs Chairman says there is no reason the subject should be discussed. But talk is persisting about a political future for Powell. CNN Special Assignment's John Kemp now looks at Powell's increased visibility and its impact on the so-called black vote.
The next president of the United States of America, the Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson.
We must turn to each other and not on each other and choose higher ground.
Throughout the 1980s, the Reverend Jesse Jackson was the political voice of millions of black Americans.
We got public accommodations. We secured voting rights. We obtained open housing. As young people got the right to vote, we lost Malcolm, Martin, Medgar, Bobby, John, and Viola. The team that got us here must be expanded, not abandoned.
Now I'm tired of segregation, and now I want my equal rights. Well,
Jesse Jackson's roots are in the 60s civil rights movement when he marched with Martin Luther King during an era of radical change.
I'm fighting for my rights.
The Reverend Jackson, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and other black leaders shared a common trait.
In a vicious cycle of poverty, of ignorance, of apathy, of disease, and of death.
They were political outsiders. Enter onto the scene a new black leader.
Colin Powell is the quintessential insider. He's part of the military establishment, part of the inner circles of government.
I am most pleased to introduce the man that I have selected to be the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin L. Powell.
Colin Powell, the 53-year-old son of a Harlem shipping clerk, has become one of the most powerful military figures in decades, a close advisor to Presidents Bush and Reagan.
I just pulled these two things out. I've laundered them so you can't really tell what I'm talking about because I don't want the Iraqis to know what I'm talking about. But trust me, trust me.
During the Persian Gulf crisis, General Powell has emerged as something of a folk hero.
Mr. Powell has received almost unanimous acclaim for his role. Very few references are made to his race, except as an afterthought.
Good to have you aboard, sir.
I think that's remarkable.
Colin Powell is neither a politician nor a civil rights leader. He is what President Bush called the complete soldier. His widespread popularity, however, has cast him in the political arena, a development that could one day have a significant impact on black voters in America.
The only thing I would say, if he decide to enter politics, I hope he come on our side and run as a Democrat.
You can't believe the kind of reception I get as your chairman.
General Powell has not publicly shown an interest in getting in politics.
At the moment, I am chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and intend to remain chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for as long as the president wishes me to serve. I'd rather get going back.
Still, there is widespread speculation he will one day become a candidate. Already, he is being suggested as President Bush's 1992 running mate.
I suppose that speculation is intended to flatter the general. I guess I look at it a little bit differently. Powell now has a very important job. Why would he give it up in order to become vice president?
If Colin Powell were to run, he would be looked at very closely by blacks, I believe, to see if he was running on a platform they could support.
Traditionally, black leadership has been defined in terms of a black agenda, dealing with civil rights and social programs that benefit the poor.
Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time.
General Powell has described himself as an avid follower of Martin Luther King. But as a military man, he is yet to clearly outline his views on social issues affecting African Americans.
Blacks are not going to support anybody who, in fact, does not have a strong program for the advancement of blacks. Colin Powell, and we don't know anything about his politics because he's a military man.
In fact, some blacks view General Powell with suspicion.
If Powell's so good restoring Kuwait and other countries, then we need to bring him here, take him into Bensonhurst, Howard Beach, or some of the other places where racism is rampant.
How far have we come?
Incidents like the unprovoked attacks on blacks in the New York communities of Howard Beach and Bensonhurst are evidence that racism still runs deep in many segments of society, white and black.
I need a watermelon.
But against the backdrop of racist rhetoric, there is evidence of racial gains. Since the civil rights battles of the 60s, the number of blacks who are classified middle class or affluent has more than doubled. This has led to a diversity of politics that would benefit candidate Colin Powell.
He would be able to mobilize and inspire a large turnout to support his candidacy. Colin?
If Colin Powell were to become a candidate for national office, he would be following the footsteps of other soldiers like Dwight Eisenhower, whose military successes were transformed into political victories. Regardless of whether General Colin Powell seeks political office, his career is a measure of the changing face of the military. And in the eyes of one old soldier, these changes should serve as a model for the rest of society.
I think it is an example for the rest of this nation that I hope people will pick up on and adopt in civilian life.
I'm John Kemp, CNN Special Assignment.
If you would like to write the Special Assignment staff, the address is P.O. Box 2727, Atlanta, Georgia, 30301.
And still ahead on the CNN Evening News, a big showdown in the Big Ten. Ohio State has its Buckeye on a top spot in the NCAA tournament.
Ohio State's Brown dunks it on the...
Is that Michael? Yeah. Starts college next year. Those lines. When Mike told me the price of his first choice, I know what you mean. I got this broker at Payne Weber. She put me in a zero coupon to cover college. Well, when did she do that? It's got to be 10, 11 years. 10 years ago? How did she know that's what you needed? She asked.
Know our assignment and go out and do it with some aggressiveness.
Why is it that some people constantly manage to reach heights others can only dream of? A few towns in western Pennsylvania have produced more football legends than any other place.
We play with poison.
Dan Marino.
We know at the end of this
Johnny Unitas. George Blanda. What is it about these towns that gives birth to such greatness? Fierce pride, tradition, an obsession with excellence? The very things that drive us at Ford Motor Company. When leadership is in your blood, you push yourself to greater and greater heights. Our 1991 four-door Explorer and Escort have recorded the highest customer satisfaction ratings in our history. And starting right now, you'll be seeing more new models and exciting innovation from Ford and Lincoln Mercury than you've seen in years. America fell in love with Ford in the 80s, and we're going to be even tougher to beat in the 90s. Ford Motor Company.
New on the Adventure Channel. They're tough, they're brave, and they're all women. They're hips you've never seen.
Still going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer. They keep going and going.
It's a comfort to know more people have taken Sominex over the past 30 years than any other sleep aid. Safe, simple Sominex.
Well, to some people, every penny counts. Take the case of a man detained by police Tuesday after attempting to jump a turnstile in a New York subway. Transit police were conducting a crackdown in the Brooklyn station on people trying to avoid the $1.15 fare. They caught the well-dressed man with more than $3,100 in his pocket. Police say the man told them he was going out to buy furniture.
A 13-year-old baseball card trader showed in Illinois courtroom he knows how to play hardball. Brian Rashinsky bought a Nolan Ryan baseball card worth $1,200 for only $12 from a clerk who didn't know its true value. The owner of the card shop that sold it to him is suing to get it back. But yesterday, Rashinsky threw the court a curve and revealed he didn't have the card anymore. He traded it. The deal turned out to be a steal, and in return, he got a 1965 Joe Namath football card and a 1967 Tom Seaver card. Total value of the new pair of cards, up to $2,300. Well, we go now to Vince Cellini, who has word of another nasty surprise, an upset win, right?
With Ohio State. They've been playing with fire tonight, Jonathan. They were burned. Well, second-ranked Ohio State has been living on the edge. 4 of their last 5 games decided by 2 points or less. Though the Buckeyes wrapped up a share of the Big Ten title back on Sunday, they needed a win tonight at Purdue to win the conference outright. Purdue was not about to allow Ohio State a celebration in West Lafayette, Indiana. In fact, the Boilermakers take this one as Boilermaker Pete put the hammer to Ohio State. Purdue working the ball inside. Dave Barnett to Chucky White, who had a big night and the jam. Purdue was up by 6 in the second half. Long night for Randy Ayers. Buckeyes tried to battle back. Jimmy Jackson not there, but Treg Lee with a follow-up, and that lead is cut to 2. But Purdue held that advantage, did not buckle under the pressure defense. And eventually, Chucky White got the ball inside at 21 points. Purdue upsets Ohio State 72-67. Purdue 17-11. That win could vault them into the NCAA tournament. We'll see. Well, speaking of the tournament, 6 conference champions match up tonight for 3 NCAA tournament bids. Earning a berth by virtue of winning the play-ins are the Northeast Louisiana Indians from the Southland Conference, the St. Francis PA Red Flash from the Northeast Conference, and the winner of the Coastal Carolina Jackson State game. In all, 15 teams will be in the tournament by night's end. Well, to the NBA, and the last time the Knicks and Pistons met, New York blew out Detroit in Madison Square Garden. Tonight, a much closer affair in the Palace of Auburn Hills, a last-second finish, in fact. So, we go to the last seconds of the game. 6 seconds left, in fact. Knicks by 3. Dennis Rodman to Lambeer to Joe Dumars, who buries this three-pointer to tie the game at 99. Now, with 2.5 seconds left, New York basketball, they will inbound. Charles Oakley finds Trent Tucker. Look at this shot. A three-pointer off glass and in. and that wins it for the Knicks. 102-99. The Pistons have lost 6 of 7. The Knicks have won 6 of 7. As expected, reigning American League MVP Rickey Henderson did not show up Wednesday in Scottsdale, Arizona on the Oakland A's mandatory reporting day. Henderson is in the second year of a 4-year